Pagi dan salam sejahtera kepada hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur, Naib Chancellor Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berbahagia Prof. Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, Presiden Akademi Sains Malaysia. Yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi AKEPT, mewakili pengarah AKEPT. Yang berusaha Barisan Penceramah, yang dihormati Barisan Pengurusan Tertinggi AKEPT, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dikasihi sekalian. Saya mohon untuk para hadirin berdiri bagi menyanyikan lagu negaraku sebelum kita memulakan majlis. Semua hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Bersyukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan izin dan limpah kurnianya dapat kita berkumpul bersama-sama di Majlis Kolloquium AKEPT 2022. Pembangunan bakat adalah perhatian utamanya. Kolloquium yang julung-julung kali diadakan menandakan silaturahim tali persahabatan di antara institusi pengajian tinggi dan rakan perindustrian, hubungan yang akan berkekalan sepanjang zaman. Hadirin dan hadirat yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, bagi menambah keberkatan majlis kita pada hari ini, sama-samalah kita memohon rahmat dan hidayat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dengan bacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Tuan Fauziman bin Rosman. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, hanya padamu sahaja kami panjangkan kesyukuran di atas segala rahmat dan berkat-Mu. Bersepeda dengan majlis hari ini, kami mohon inayah dan taufik-Mu. Kurniakanlah kesejahteraan kebahagiaan kepada kami. Bukakanlah hati-hati kami, lapangkanlah dada-dada kami, supaya kami dapat mengisi ilmu dan pengetahuan yang berguna untuk agama, bangsa dan negara. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami memohon padamu agar kau berkatilah majlis ini dengan limpahan rahmat-Mu. Semoga segala usaha kami dalam menjayakan majlis ini mendapat keredaan dan hidayah-Mu. Sesungguhnya pada hari ini kami berkumpul kerana-Mu, ya Allah. Kami berkumpul untuk menimba ilmu, bertukar pendapat, menyumbangkan mutiara fikiran, menghubungkan silaturahim dan memberi sokongan ke arah meningkatkan lagi prestasi pendidikan tinggi negara. Ya Allah, ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, kami mohon kekuatan dan hadrat-Mu, ya Allah, supaya kami yang hadir pada hari ini dapat melaksanakan segala kebajikan dan kami pohon perlindungan dari Engkau daripada melakukan keburukan. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami kekayaan ilmu pengetahuan dan hasilkanlah diri kami dengan sifat lemah lembut serta muliakan kami dengan ketakwaan dan indahkan diri kami dengan kesihatan. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin. Majlis merakamkan setinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada Tuan Fuziman di atas bacaan doa itu tadi. Alhamdulillah, bersyukur kita ke hadrat ilahi kerana dengan limpah kurnianya dapat kita bersama-sama dalam majlis kolloquium AKEPT yang diadakan pada pagi ini. Para hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi dengan AKEPT dan Universiti Malaysia Sabah selaku penganjur bersama ingin mengucapkan selamat datang kepada semua kepada kolloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora. Buat makluman hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, ini adalah kolloquium yang pertama kali diadakan. Frasa at Meliora yang dipilih bermaksud ke arah yang lebih baik. Kolloquium ini mempunyai tema A-TanDem yang membawa maksud AKEPT, Talent Development and Management. Adalah diharapkan kolloquium ini akan menjadi satu titik penggerak kepada semua universiti awam untuk bersama-sama berusaha meletakkan pembangunan dan pengurusan bakat ke arah yang lebih baik. Selain itu, ianya bertujuan untuk meraihkan kepelbagaian amalan baik di kalangan pengurusan bakat universiti awam seluruh negara. Ia juga menyediakan platform kepada universiti awam untuk mendapat pendedahan dalam menangani cabaran terkini, di samping meneroka perspektif baru tentang pengurusan bakat. Dan akhirnya memberi peluang pengiktirafan untuk kecemerlangan pengurusan bakat universiti awam ke peringkat seterusnya. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan AKEPT yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah untuk mewakili pengarah AKEPT bagi memberikan kata-kata aluan. Dengan segala hormatnya dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma iftah lana hikmataka wanshur 'alaina min hadaa'in rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Sebelum saya meneruskan tugas saya pada pagi ini mewakili pengarah AKEPT Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, izinkan saya menyampaikan salam takzim beliau yang amat ingin bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini, tetapi beliau terpaksa menggalas tanggungjawab lebih berat dan lebih penting. Beliau mendoakan agar kolloquium ini berjalan dengan lancar dan dengan perlindungan dan rahmat Allah hendaknya. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati, izinkan saya membacakan teks ucapan beliau untuk sama-sama kita hayati. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Prof. Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur, Naib Chancellor Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berbahagia Prof. Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, Presiden Akademi Sains Malaysia. Yang berusaha barisan penceramah, yang dihormati barisan pengurusan tertinggi AKEPT, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dikasihi sekalian. Terlebih dahulu, ingin saya rakamkan penghargaan saya berupakan kalungan jutaan terima kasih kepada AKEPT, terutamanya Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan bagi idea dan usaha bagi menggerakkan program ini sehingga menjadi kenyataan. Jutaan terima kasih juga kepada Universiti Malaysia Sabah yang sama-sama berkorban masa, sumber dan tenaga sebagai penganjur bersama kolloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora. Juga kepada para penyampai yang pakar, terima kasih kerana dapat menyumbangkan masa masing-masing yang saya percaya skedulnya amat ketat untuk bersama dengan kita pada hari ini. Tidak ketinggalan kepada peserta-peserta dan hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, sesungguhnya kolloquium AKEPT ini adalah untuk anda semua. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, sebagai juara pengurusan bakat, kita seharusnya faham bahawa pengurusan bakat bukan saja satu tanggungjawab untuk menyesuaikan bakat dengan tanggungjawab. Malah, kebanyakan teori menerangkan bahawa terdapat 8 agenda asas aktiviti pengurusan bakat. Pengambilan, penyimpanan, pembangunan sistem, pemprofilan, pengurusan prestasi, maklum balas, pekerja dan juga pengukurannya, perancangan bakat, latihan serta pembudayaan. Ini menjelaskan bahawa betapa beratnya tanggungjawab pengurusan bakat dalam memastikan sebuah institusi bergerak ke hadapan. Bakat bukan sahaja perlu dikenal pasti dan disemai, malah bakat juga memerlukan arah tuju, penyumbang momentum atau penggalak serta kesedaran yang tinggi. Di sini timbul satu elemen yang sangat kritikal dalam pengurusan bakat, iaitu kepimpinan. Sebagai Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, AKEPT sememangnya menjadi tunjang kepada elemen kepimpinan. AKEPT insya-Allah akan sentiasa membantu entiti pendidikan tinggi dalam pengurusan bakat dan kepimpinan. Bukti yang kukuh, AKEPT telah bekerjasama strategik dengan institusi-institusi pengajian tinggi untuk menyediakan program dan juga menyediakan kesedaran berkenaan dengan agenda kebangsaan, menyediakan bakat untuk kepimpinan, tetapi juga menyediakan pengurus-pengurus bakat yang kompeten bagi membantu institusi masing-masing dalam agenda pengurusan bakat dan penggantian kepimpinan. Adalah menjadi satu ironi kiranya, sebagai pendukung agenda bakat, kita sendiri tidak dapat menguruskan bakat kita secara objektif, lestari dan tuntas. Rakan-rakan yang saya hormati sekalian, di antara cabaran besar yang dihadapi oleh pengurus bakat bagi institusi pendidikan adalah betapa dinamiknya dunia pada masa ini. Keperluan kepimpinan pra dan pasca COVID adalah amat berbeza. Penyelesaian fungsi tugas yang dinamik ini mengakibatkan beban diletakkan di atas bakat dengan pelbagai tanggungjawab. Kita sudah jelas mendengar berita dan statistik bakat yang menggalas tugas tertentu mula melayu dan mengambil keputusan untuk keluar dari sistem pencen awal. Kehilangan bakat sedemikian bukan sahaja membataskan jumlah bakat, tetapi memutuskan rantaian mentor dan perkongsian pengalaman. Pada jangka masa yang lama, ini akan membawa kepada penguncupan kolam bakat. Mungkin ini adalah tanda-tanda kita harus lebih jelas dan objektif dalam mengatur kesesuaian bakat dengan tanggungjawab. Mungkin ini tanda-tanda kita perlu lebih kreatif dan memberikan sokongan yang lebih kuat kepada bakat yang berharga. Atau mungkin ini adalah satu tanda kita perlu lebih strategik dalam rangka pembangunan bakat. Jangan lupa juga keperluan satu sistem pengurusan bakat yang dinamik, yang dapat berkongsi segala data dan keperluan. Jangan lupa juga kerangka kompetensi yang hidup untuk pembangunan bakat. Jangan lupa juga pembangunan bakat yang unik serta latihan yang komprehensif, yang berterusan. Jangan lupa juga kejadian dan peristiwa pendidikan tinggi yang berlaku di seantero dunia. Maka rakan-rakan, marilah kita tinggalkan segala permasalahan tersebut. Hari ini, kita amat bertuah dapat berkongsi dengan agenda perkongsian yang agak berbeza. Saya kira tibalah masanya untuk kita berkongsi dengan mereka yang lebih berpengalaman, dengan pihak industri berkenaan dengan pembangunan bakat. Hari ini kita berbesar hati dengan beberapa wakil industri yang ingin berkongsi. Kita juga harus ingat bahawa institusi pengajian tinggi kita bukan semata-mata universiti awam. AKEPT akan berusaha untuk menemukan universiti-universiti awam dengan politeknik, college community dan lebih penting lagi, universiti-universiti swasta. Perkongsian di antara entiti sedemikian pasti akan membuahkan hasil yang kaya. Pengkayaan sumber mesti dilakukan hari ini, kini untuk penyediaan masa hadapan. Hadirin dan hadirat, marilah kita sama-sama mengorak langkah, lakukan yang terbaik. Moga Colloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora dapat menjadi pemangkin kepada pembaharuan dan inovasi pengurusan bakat. Esok kita akan ada sesi pitching untuk melihat inovasi pengurusan bakat. Moga ini merupakan satu titik tolak yang baru. Moga kita diberkati, dirahmatinya dalam usaha menyokong pembangunan bakat dan kepimpinan pendidikan tinggi di negara kita yang kita kasihi. Saya berhenti dahulu di sini. Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada semua yang terlibat. Moga Allah mengurniakan segala kebaikan dan limpah kepada semua yang terlibat dan hadir. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Majlis mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan AKEPT, Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah yang mewakili pengarah AKEPT bagi kata-kata aluan tersebut. Baiklah, hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati sekalian. Daripada kata-kata aluan, kita beralih kepada sesi ucap tama Colloquium AKEPT 2022. Izinkan saya memperkenalkan penyampai yang amat kita kenali dan amat disegani pada pagi ini. Saya mohon membuka cerita kisah Prof Emerita yang terkenal namanya. Beliau sering muncul di pelbagai acara dan tak putus-putus menabur jasa melalui dorongan semangat sentiasa kepada bidang pendidikan tinggi negara. Beliau adalah individu yang tidak asing lagi dalam ekosistem pendidikan tinggi negara. Seorang ikon pendidikan tinggi, beliau ialah pendidik yang disanjung, penyelidik yang disegani dan pemimpin yang dihormati. Penerima pelbagai anugerah di antaranya Anugerah Saintis Muda Negara pada tahun 1991, Anugerah Tokoh Seri Kandi Negara Bidang Pendidikan pada tahun 2018, Anugerah Tokoh Akademik Negara pada tahun 2021. Di peringkat antarabangsa, beliau telah dianugerahkan ijazah doktor kehormat oleh University of Glasgow, Keele University dan Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. Selain menjadi penerima Thomas Hart Benton Mural Medallion dari University of Indiana. Ini, hadirin dan hadirat tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, hanya sebahagian kecil dari sebahagian pencapaian beliau. Beliau juga adalah mantan Naib Chancellor untuk dua buah universiti awam, Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia, USIM dan Universiti Sains Malaysia, USM. Selain pernah menggalas tanggungjawab sebagai Ketua Pengarah Pendidikan Tinggi di Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. Dan kini, beliau ialah Presiden Akademi Sains Malaysia, ASM, dan juga merupakan penasihat sains, teknologi dan inovasi negara. Kita semua sangat bertuah dan saya rasa semua teruja dengan kehadiran beliau dalam Colloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora hari ini. Dengan segala hormatnya, majlis mempersilakan Prof Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail untuk menyampaikan perkongsian beliau. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Terima kasih Dr. Yazrina for the kind introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi saya ucapkan pada semua, terutama yang bahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansor, Naib Chancellor Universiti Malaysia Sabah, yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin. Saya tak pernah tahu nama dia yang sebenarnya sebab dekat USM dia hanya dikenali sebagai Pak Din. And also at Oxford University he's also known as Pak Din. So I don't know who is this Nur Zaharuddin Shah. But anyway, okay. Thank you for inviting me, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan Akademi for AKEPT yang hari ini mewakili pengarah AKEPT. Semua barisan penceramah yang saya juga hormati, barisan pengurusan tertinggi AKEPT yang juga berada pada pagi ini, semua tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, bapa-bapa dan ibu-ibu pendaftar dan juga daripada mereka daripada universiti, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dikasihi sekalian. Izinkan saya untuk meneruskan ceramah pada pagi ini dalam bahasa Inggeris. Tapi insya-Allah saya akan teruskan ceramah ini dalam multilingual, bahasa Kedah, bahasa Kelantan, bahasa Penang, semua akan campur sekali lah. Okay, so apa yang diberi pada saya pada pagi ini is a topic on competency-based talent management, exploring the potential for the future. Dan saya akan cover this particular scope, forces shaping the future and future talent requirement, about talent management, talent management universities versus industries. So kita kena tahu apa perbezaannya dan juga apakah isu dan challenges. Saya rasa paling penting adalah untuk kita berbincang bersama tentang what are the issues and challenges in talent management. So first thing first, what are the forces shaping the future and the future talent requirement? This is the disruptive change that is now happening at high speed. Kadang-kadang kita duduk dalam kita punya own world, we do not really know what is affecting the country and what is affecting us all in the future. So first thing that you're going to know is that disruptive technologies that is brought by Industry 4.0 is already happening. You are now using the smartphone, you are now using Netflix, you're now using Grab, you're now using everything online, shopping, tak pernah pergi supermarket dah semua, yeah. So food panda, Grab delivering the food for you, everything now, whether you like it or not, disruptive technology has now come in, interfering with your life, right? And then on top of that is also interfering with your livelihood, okay? Global economic crisis, pandemics seperti COVID, yeah? Global competition due to globalization, accelerating pace of change due to the digital age, and of course, planetary health. Sekarang ni we need to worry about planetary health, about human health, animal health, and environmental health together with climate crisis. Kita tak panggil climate change dah sekarang, kita panggil climate crisis, then food and energy security. All of this have created a disruptive change in our lives and in our livelihood. To the point that this is now the global trend. Mungkin ramai yang tak tahu, tapi dekat academic science, we have to monitor all this, right? Because we are the think tank for the country. So bottom line, trends and roles in skills towards 2025 due to the advances in technology. And that means to say rapid advances in technology, akibat artificial intelligence, automation and robotics. By 2025, which is basically only 3 years from now, 97 million new roles may emerge and 85 million jobs will now be displaced. Right? And all this is because of the division of labor between human and machines. Kalau mereka yang daripada Pulau Pinang sudah pun mengetahui perkara ini sebab kebanyakan industri sudah pakai online platform, mana menggunakan robot. So that would mean now are we seeing a displacement of mereka-mereka yang bekerja di kilang. Yeah? So all these routine jobs are now going to be able to make way for automation, and this will definitely change the nature and the jobs available. 3 years from now, you're going to see now the growing demand for data analytics, for scientists, for AI, machine learning specialists, big data specialists, digital transformation specialists, information security analysis. So all these will be the new jobs that's coming in. So whether you like it or not, IT is going to play a big role, and that's why I think Puan Adilah being invited would definitely be able to now expand more on what I'm going to touch on. But the top 10 skills, right, by 2025 is going to be critical thinking, analytical thinking, problem solving. All this used to be what? Used to be soft skill. Sekarang ni this is no longer soft skill. This is now needed skill. Right? Jangan duk pupu dah kata soft skill je, tak apa, communication. Now, this is now the real skill that is now needed in order for us to advance in the future. Another thing, bagi semua yang terlibat dalam talent management, by 2025, 50% of all employees need to be reskilled. Employees termasuk diri saya sendiri, termasuk Pak Din, termasuk semua Naib Chancellor. All this now have to be reskilled because there's new way of thinking, new way of approaching. So it's not just about the staff. All right. So basically, the type of skill that we need is going to be problem solving, self-management, working with people, right? And technology use and development. Apa yang penting yang perlu saya nyatakan di sini, globally 9 out of 10 jobs in demand by 2025 is going to be STEM related. And this is the problem in the country. We have a low number of students now moving into STEM. Tiap-tiap tahun makin lama makin menurun. Tetapi orang dalam sastra makin lama makin meningkat. Alright? And this is now going to create a problem because the future require mereka dalam STEM. So what's going to happen to mereka dalam sastra yang sekarang kita employ dalam universiti? Ramai Masters in Public Administration, Masters in Administration, all those yang dalam sastra khusus social science yang sekarang menjadi pendaftar. Semua ni sekarang kena undergo reskilling and also upskilling tentang your knowledge on IT dan sebagainya. So forces shaping the future maknanya, in short, the world will continue to face all these daunting challenges, including the resurgent. Akan berlaku, COVID-19 is not the last pandemic you're going to see. There's going to be more pandemics to come. Climate change, which is now going to climate crisis, humanitarian crisis, mass migration to urban areas, sebab di kampung-kampung kita tidak meningkatkan kebaikan masyarakat setempat, so therefore they have to now undergo urban to go to urban areas. So we're going to see transnational terrorism and rapid change in the disruptive technology. On top of that, we also need to be concerned with planetary health, because as the temperature starts to go up due to the carbon emission, kita sekarang ni danger point at 1.5 and we're already moving close to 1.5 going to 2 prediction dalam 9 tahun. InsyaAllah kita akan melebihi kalau kita tidak jaga tentang planetary health. So these are therefore concerns that we all need to take into account, and therefore concentrate now is to provide solutions human-centric, bukan technology-centric. Ulang suara, walaupun saya penasihat sains, I have to say, at the end of the day, everything we do now has to be human-centric, bukan technology-centric. Remember, technology is only an enabler. Yang pentingnya the human center. So it has to be human centric, it has to be nature centric. Maknanya apa solution yang kita provide sekarang must take care about planetary health, must take care about the SDG, right? And above all, it must be value centric. And that's why the second speaker after me would definitely now expand on values, right? So the challenges post-COVID era is about predictable unpredictability. Faham? All right, and facing many unknowns and many uncertainties. This means leaders of tomorrow has got to also change, all right, because they are going to face with a lot of unknowns and uncertainties. And while today we are talking about VUCA, everywhere else around the world is now talking about BANI. Okay, so VUCA is of course volatility, uncertainty, complexity. Tapi sekarang ni, with the advent of artificial intelligence, automation and so on, we are now talking about BANI, which is basically brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible, because the is coming in so much, macam mana nak translate all that data coming in. So that is now because of the merger between humans and machines. Okay, so you pun wonder, apa benda Allah dia duk cakap ni, merger between human and machines. You tengok you punya smartphone, how are you now answering text ni, tu penat translator pun duk answer text. Dia duk pegang apa? Dia punya finger touching the smartphone. That is the merger between human and machines. You faham? Bukan kalam dah kan? Dia kata the pen is mightier than the sword, and we have always thought it was the pen. Actually the pen is actually your finger. Right? Your finger is now communicating as I'm talking. Your finger is taking pictures as I'm talking. All that is the merging between human and machines. Okay, so to embrace uncertainty, our challenge therefore is to prepare the future generation with skills and competencies for jobs that do not yet exist, solving research problems not yet identified, using technologies not yet invented. How is that going to happen? That's why saya kata banyak kali as chair of MQA before, I have said that many times, tak perlu semua kursus kena 140, 170 kredit, because all it takes is 120. And you think you want to teach the student everything? It's not going to happen, because 2 years down the road, everything will change. What you need to teach the student about flexibility, about adaptability, about agility, about how now to respond to change. That's what you need to teach the student. And how to be a lifelong learner. Bukan kata ajak kat student, apa yang kita point that way, it has to point to us too. Betul tak? So kita sendiri pun kena jadi lifelong learner. Okay? So basically, what is now the transformational shift that we need to have in the talent? Bukan setakat student, tapi kita diri sendiri and the kind of people we are going to hire to the universities now. So talent that is people-centric, nature-based and values-driven. Maknanya, dulu kita sekarang ni traditional economy, but we now have to change for knowledge economy. Maknanya, kalau dulu kita ni jadi administrator, sekarang ni kita kena jadi innovator. Alright, and kalau dulu system focus, sekarang ni kita kena people focus. Alright, and kalau close innovation, Kita sekarang ni kena open innovation. Apa maksud? Close innovation. Ini zaman jahiliah dahulu, macam zaman saya, di mana you have now your research, lepas your research you buat patent, lepas patent you undergo licensing, lepas licensing you buat company, spin off startup, so on and so forth. That is close innovation. What we now, hi Bucks, welcome. What we now wants to do is now open innovation, and Bucks is now an innovator. So basically what we want to do now is that kita tak payah, kita sendiri kena license, kena commercialize. Kita boleh kata habis dekat patent saja, kemudian it takes an innovator to put all these patents together menjadikan you punya smartphone. Betul tak? So that is now collaboration is the key word. Saya tak tahu nak cerita macam mana sebab masih ada minda perangai dari territorial. Right? Kalau USM ja, kalau UMS saja. Now we have to collaborate. That is the key word now. So kalau dulu emphasis is on qualification, sekarang ni employment is based on competencies. It's now based on competencies. Right? You tengok syarikat sekarang bila mereka nak interview, nak ambil orang, dia tak tengok pun you graduate from Harvard ke, MIT ke atau UMK ke, dia tak kira. Janji dia letak problem, can you solve this problem or not? If you can solve this problem, I hire you. Betul tak? This is now happening. Alright? And then performance driven. Alah, tak habis-habis dengan performance driven. Q1, Q2. Alright? That kind of stuff. Numbers. Right? But at the end of the day, sekarang ni, we are moving into purpose driven and impact driven. Not about output, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are talking about outcome. What is the impact of the knowledge that you have generated? It's not about the knowledge that you generate. What did you do with that knowledge? That is wisdom. Okay, so in silo punya view, alright, sekarang ni kena pergi ecosystem punya view, alright. So values now, as we go forward, become very important, and I think that will be explained more by Bucks nanti. Okay, the question is, why am I talking about value? Alright, soalnya sekarang ni, ingat ya, perkataan value ada dua, value atau values. I'm talking about nilai-nilai murni, which is values. If you want to talk about value from the economic point of view, is whether this is cost effective or not. Lain. We are concentrating on values, ada S ya. So basically, why are we talking about that? Because the future, we need values-based leadership. Alright, in the world of post-COVID. Saya ni bagai nak gila duk cerita pasal post-COVID. Rupanya ramai orang tak faham. Why are you talking about post-COVID? Apa difference apa you cakap pasal disruptive technology, digital era, semua tu dah berlaku dah sebelum COVID pun dah ada dah. Alright? Why are we talking about leadership now post-COVID? Right? Because memang dulu pun ada dah teknologi, artificial intelligence, Netflix, all pun dah ada. Right? Grab pun dah ada sebelum COVID lagi. But what happened during COVID? COVID is the catalyst of change. Dulu kita kata tak payah, kita tak boleh kerja from home because there is a lack of trust. There's a lack of trust between management dengan staff. There's a lack of trust between the government and semua kaki tangan kerajaan. Sebab tu kita tak boleh work from home. Tak tahu apa dia duk buat kat rumah. Dia jual burger ke, dia jual tudung ke, dia buat kek ke, dia tak tahu dia buat kerja kita ke tak ke. Tapi duk banyak dapat gaji tiap-tiap bulan. So the lack of trust. With COVID, overnight, kita semua boleh pula kerja work from home. Gaji jalan macam biasa. How come ada trust? Saya tak sapi lama-lama lah. Let's talk about bulan puasa. Masa Ramadan boleh pula kita ada different times kita boleh main kerja. Kita boleh trust orang sebab bulan puasa. InsyaAllah dia tak menipu. Alright? Tapi habis je bulan Ramadan, we are back to work. Why is that? Awak kita tak boleh provide ke flexible working hours? If we can trust people during Ramadan, why can't we trust people throughout the whole year? I ask management because benda tu adalah management. HR yang boleh decide. Adakah HR nak buat perkara macam tu? Bawalah kepada top management and make that decision. It is your organisation. You nak autonomy, diberi autonomy walaupun gated tak pernah guna autonomy yang diberi pada you. You still think that you have to follow all the rules. So why not you use autonomy? Because all universities sekarang dah dapat autonomy kan? So kenapa tak menggunakannya? Kenapa tak berfikir anjakan out of the box? Kenapa tak inovatif? Kenapa tak kreatif? This is what is needed in the future. Right? So basically, when talking about the future, the significant change makers will be the increasing use of artificial intelligence. This is going to come whether you like it or not. Automation is going to be here. Robotics is going to be here. Machine learning, big data in all our lives and livelihood. That's going to be here. So with that focus on technology, there is now an increasing demand for leaders who can balance. This is what we want. Nak chancellor dan sebagainya who can balance the need between sophisticated technology within the organisation alongside the human needs of that organisation. Kita nak balance leader. Kalau jadi pendaftar tu, pendaftar yang balance, right? Bukan jaga humanity tapi tak jaga teknologi, sebab teknologi pun is required as part and parcel of advancement. So creating this balance of humanity and technology require now a new refined set of competencies and skills for future leaders at every level of the organisation. Sebagai ustazah daripada UIA, saya kena katalah semua orang adalah khalifah. Therefore, the only thing is that all of us are leaders. It's just that among the leaders, they are leaders of the leaders. Tak? So bottom line sekarang ni, atas dasar kita semua khalifah, so kita pun kenalah menjadi good leaders. Ya. So leaders post-COVID can no longer fall back on experience. This is masalah besar. Sebab ramai leader sekarang, whether they like it or not, oh pada khemah saya, waktu experience saya, waktu macam ni, saya buat macam ni. Hello, think again. It's no longer relevant post-COVID. Sebab we are dealing with uncertainties and unknowns. Makna perkataan English unprecedented tu makna apa? Maknanya tak ada report sebelum tu, tak ada apa-apa sebelum itu. Maknanya when you lead the university or the country now, it's got to be by trial and error. Right, so nanti kita kena explain yang tu, right? So you need now to understand how to manage uncertainty. This is about leaders post-COVID. How to manage uncertainty, and the way you manage uncertainty, because it is an unknown and you cannot fall back on experience, what is going to guide you? What is going to guide you, ladies and gentlemen, is your values. That's why values-based education is now very important. So, and how to build trust. You have to learn how to build the trust for staff working from home. You have to learn how to cope if there is a need now to be locked down again. As you know, Wudan with the new COVID is also under lockdown sekarang. So that's why we have to be very careful. Pakailah mask. Ramai tak pakai mask juga. Okay. So, and basically how to build resilience against more pandemics with strategies and action plan. So human-centric education that is values-based now become very important when faced with many unknowns in the future without any experience to fall back to, and values actually will guide you to do what is ethically right. So now we talk about talent management. So talent management by definition is a methodically organized strategic process of getting the right talent on board and helping them grow to their optimal capabilities, keeping organizational objectives in mind. So the key component of talent management, tak payah saya cerita, you all lebih hebat pada saya, is how do you attract, how do you select, how you develop and nurture the talent, and how do you retain. Once you nurture, engage, and you motivate them, they become high performers. Then how do you now retain these high performing employees? So the purpose of talent management, why is it important, is basically to increase the performance of the staff. When the performance of the staff increase, the performance of the organization also increase. It's not about that leader alone, because that leader, the real asset of the organization is the entire warganya. So that is very important, and therefore talent management needs to motivate, to engage and address the competency gap. Masalah kita ada banyak, kita tak address the competency gap. Kita consider orang tu macam tak produktif. Alright, and therefore kita just consider dia kadang-kadang macam troublemaker, macam-kadang kita kata yang ini tak produktif, tak tahu apa dah nak buat kat dia. Kita sendiri tak tengok what are the competencies that we need and what exactly are the gaps yang dia tak ada, and what are we doing about nurturing and reducing that gap. So itu soalan yang kita kena jawab, ya. So the process actually starts with selecting the right people. Alright, ini penting. When you select the wrong people, that's why you're stuck with all the problem that you have today. Betul ke tak? Iyalah. And kita dalam public university tak boleh fire orang ikut suka bapa kita. Right? Sekarang baru nak kata, Allah, kita dah macam mana nak fire dia, tak boleh. Dia hidup segan mati tak mau. Suruh minta jadi leader tak mau. Suruh buat yang ni tak mau. Suruh tu tak mau. They are complacent. Why you go and cari makhluk macam ni in the first place? So di sini yang kita kena discuss because of the talent management tidak dilakukan dengan betul. Masa kita nak select people, did we do the right JD for them? Kalau kita tak spesifik, kita hanya generalize JD, memang pada muka lah kita dapat apa yang kita dapat hari ni. Alright, so basically we need to select the right people with the right skill and competency, and once we bring them in, we have to give them all the tools and training that they need in order to be successful and to ensure, satu lagi, jangan dok kata perkataan staff management now daripada kalangan pendaftar, we need to talk about staff well-being now. Post-COVID, we need to talk about staff well-being, macam mana kita jaga dia. Alright, and we need to now address the gaps in the competencies in order to retain them for long term. People will walk the mile for you if they see that you care for them. It's not about money. Jangan fikir semua orang akan leave the university just because of money. Alright, there are many good people who stay with the university. So how you taking care of these good people? This is very important. Okay, so when it is done right, the organization can build a sustainable competitive advantage and actually outperform all of their competitors through an integrated system of talent management practices that are hard to copy or to imitate. But with the advent of disruptive technology, the nature of the job has changed, ladies and gentlemen. What did I say? Kalau you nak jadi pendaftar, you are no longer about administrator. You kena jadi innovator. So the nature of job has changed. Walaupun title dia pegawai sains ataupun pegawai takbir, the job description of that has changed. But what did we do? We never changed. We advertise benda yang sama. Bahasa Kelantan kata bahasa benda tula. And you expect miracle to happen macam mana? It cannot happen. Alright? Because you advertising for benda lama untuk nak suruh makhluk ni buat benda baru. Okay, so basically the nature of the job has changed. Therefore, new competencies and skills are required as a rapid response to new demands and needs. Therefore, agility. Kalau betul organisation tu post-COVID must show agility. Organisation yang masih traditional mesti kena stabil. Dia kena ada same old. Organisation yang macam tu tak boleh survive post-COVID. Organisation yang agile is the only organisation that survive. Maknanya leadership of that organisation has to change. Dia tak boleh fikir the traditional way of doing things. University in the traditional way. Alright? Kalau ada bapa pendaftar mesti kena ada dia punya timbalan, dia kena ada timbalan, dia ni timbalan of the timbalan. Semua kena ada. Baru dia boleh jadi pendaftar. Baru dia hebat. This can no longer function because dengan timbalan-timbalan yang dia ada akan increase the budget. Dahlah budget tak ada. We are still behaving the same old thinking. So this is what I say, there's no agile response coming from public universities. Why? Because you tak pernah problem tak ada duit. You rasa tak ada duit tapi budget bagi salary sentiasa ada. Betul tak? Nak cancel tak tidur, tak apa. Tapi pastikan, bendahari tak tidur, tak apa. Tapi pastikan duit ada. Dia kata bonus berapa, bagi. Salary berapa, bagi. Kenaikan pangkat, mesti jalan. Betul tak? So how do you feel the pinch? You don't even feel the pain. Wait until you are in IPTS. When you are in IPTS, you will feel the pain. You will be fired. There's no job security kalau kita tak cukup duit. You faham what I'm trying to say? Maybe sometimes you need to feel pain baru you faham what it's all about. But the day you feel pain, habis you bawa ke QPEX, habis you bawa pergi nak cancel, insyaAllah kena buang the next day, the whole works. Betul tak? Apa aku cakap pasal respond to change? Alright? Respond to change macam kecek omong kosong ya. Sebenarnya in reality, you don't feel any pain. Betul tak? Therefore, when there's no pain, there's no need to survive. There's no need to survive. Why are we making all this change? Right? Buang masa aku ya Pak Din untuk cakap ni. Okay. So basically, the leadership competency as produced by AKEPT, these are the leadership competency. We're talking about justice, temperance, courage, wisdom, with values, with vision, with business acumen, with teamwork and team leadership, with impact and influence, building networking, tact and courtesy, achievement orientation and all that. So this is AKEPT, this is the future. So kalau kita bandingkan post-COVID, ada persamaannya. Ada persamaannya antara what AKEPT has now produced as the competencies needed for leaders, and this is the competencies needed post-COVID punya leadership. So nampak ada persamaan. Okay, nasib baik Pak Din, tidak mampu semua. Okay, so basically we have communication skill, courage, clear vision and forward thinking. Basically we need leaders with growth mindset. Faham? Growth mindset yang ingin sentiasa nampak advancement, boleh make the change to be better. And then there is adaptability, ability to make decision. Ramai orang ting tong, tak boleh buat decision. We have pendaftar, we have leaders who cannot make decision. When they cannot make decision, everything down the line stall. Betul tak? Yalah. Sebab number 1, number 2, number 3 all cannot make decision. Kita pergi jumpa number 2 dia kata kat kita, sorry lah, saya pun tak boleh kata apa, semua kena number 1, mampu. Betul tak? This is the problem when there is no empowerment. The future is about empowerment. Bukan number 1 saja make decision, but the whole team has to make decision. This is what team is all about. It's no longer dictatorial. Okay, that's the future. Okay, so bottom line, strategic skills, develop teams, effective collaborator, bukan territorial. Networking is so very important today. Why Pak Din suruh semua orang bekerjasama dan duduk dalam bilik ni dan insyaAllah dapat COVID? Because you want to have now networking. Kan? Human being are social creatures. We need to interact dengan each other. Kalau kita interact melalui screen, it doesn't work. We have to have this physical face-to-face kind of thing in order to create rapport, in order to create networking. Sebab networking is the future. The more you kenal orang, the better it is for you to get your job done. The better it is for you to now know, can I collaborate with you? Can I be your strategic partner in order to move? Because no university can do everything by now. So we have to share. So share knowledge, share cara-cara kita buat kerja, alright? So there must be effective change management and we have to learn to empower talent. So now I need to talk between skills and competencies. Sebab kita ada pasal kompetensi, kita ada pasal skill. Kadang-kadang setengah orang because dia confused, dia cakap macam benda ni interchangeably. It is not interchangeably, it is separate. Skill lain, kompetensi lain. Okay? So skills are the specific learned abilities that you need to now perform given to do a job well. You need to learn about artificial intelligence. You need to learn about cloud computing. You need to learn to do coding, right? You need to learn. So that one is a skill that you need to have, right? But there is a hard skills and soft skills, where hard skill is technical, soft skill is less in terms of like a hard skill can be computer programming. But soft skill may be time management, verbal communication, they're different. They're macam intangible juga. But competencies on the other hand are the person's knowledge and behavior that lead them to be successful at the job. So makna skill is specific ability. Kalau competency, dia kena ada knowledge, dia kena ada attributes dia, behavior dia dan skillnya. Together, baru dia jadi competency. That makes you what you are. You faham? That to me, that is competency. So the core competency is something that is core to you and how you work. So that it is something that could potentially set you apart from any other person. So in terms of competency framework, the organization needs to know where it is heading. Kalau competency, we need to have a competency framework. Setengah universiti competency apakah benda pun tak ada, right? Let alone having a framework. So because we need to know where we are heading and what it wants from the people that work in their organization, it then develops. Barulah kalau the organization, maknanya the top management tahu where the university is heading, barulah the competency framework can now take place. Now a competency framework is a means by which the organization communicate which behaviors are required by the organization, which behaviors are valued, are recognized and rewarded. Lah ni saya tanya, kalau dalam competency framework, ni makhluk yang jaga dekat depan pintu untuk register orang, is that part and parcel of the competency framework ke tak? You better be. Kalau tidak, semua wanita yang duk jaga kat depan ni doesn't even get SKT, mereka dapat markah apa-apa. Buang masa je duduk kat depan. Sebab kebanyakan yang buat kerja tu adalah wanita. Jarang-jarang I nampak lelaki. Hello Prof, how can I register you? Jarang aku nampak lelaki kat depan tu, selalunya wanita lah. Why is that? Gender stereotyping? Jawab. Okay, so bottom line sekarang ni, if these roles are not recognised, then they are not rewarded. You faham tak? Masa kita buat school sports events dan sebagainya, siapa yang duk bungkus hadiah-hadiah tu, siapa yang kena pergi beli hadiah-hadiah tu, lepas tu bungkus lagi hadiah tu, lepas tu siapa pula kena pergi cari siapa yang nak donate ni, semua kebanyakannya kerja-kerja wanita. Betul tak? Semua tu macam kerja wanita. Tapi dalam competency framework, required, is it valued, recognized, and is it rewarded? If it's not, don't do it. Because management kena belajar to recognize that they are, if you tak recognize, then call it assignment. Jangan suruh orang volunteer. This is paksa volunteer. Right? So, maknanya assign staff supaya kita ada gender balance. Okay, so it ensures that staff in general have a common understanding of the organization's values and expected excellent performance behavior. That's why competency framework must be transparent. Apa sebenarnya is what the university is looking for. So such framework usually includes a number of competencies that are now applied to multiple occupational roles within that organization. So what are the skills? This skill needed for future ready talent. Maknanya kita sekarang ni kalau tak ada lagi, kita kena up skill, reskill diri sendiri to have all this in order to be able to face the future. First thing, technological intelligence. Alright, maknanya you need to be tech savvy, goes beyond the basic understanding of today's technology and what they do. You need to know how best to exploit this technology and utilize them in the ways that leverage the best chances of success in that organization. Apa kita buat bila ada problem macam ni? Mana orang IT, kita panggil orang IT terus. Tidak, projektor tak jalan, panggil orang IT. Komputer tak jalan, panggil orang IT. Yang kita tu buat apa? Maknanya togel. Maknanya kita sendiri tak savvy enough to know how to solve that problem. Betul tak? From now onwards, you gotta be able to do it. This is technology, this is skill yang kena ada pada semua, bukan untuk orang IT sahaja. So that's why kalau you tak ada lagi, then make sure you know how to do it. Okay? Sebab tu saya paling kali makhluk yang ada komputer, dia suruh orang lain tekan, next. That's why saya nak komputer depan saya. Sebab saya dapat tunjuk saya technology savvy. Okay, so the next one you want to have. Right. Satu lagi, bila prepare PowerPoint, pastikan you prepare that PowerPoint. You bagi pegawai, you suruh cantik-cantik, sudah. Pasal apa? Sebab you jangan minta pegawai you yang sediakan the PowerPoint. Where is the thinking? That thinking is coming from the pegawai. It is not coming from you. And makhluk sebagai leader, hanya baca the slide macam bodoh ya. What kind of leadership is that? That's not on. If you want to do something, you want to say something, then say it on that computer. Do it on the PowerPoint. Buat. Mungkin you tak savvy tu bagi cantik-cantik. Tak apalah suruh pegawai cantik-cantik. Tapi inti pati semua ni you kena buat sendiri. You kena atok macam mana you nak layer, macam mana you nak bagi tahu ke orang. You kena buat benda ni sendiri. Barulah the true leadership come up. Betul tak? Okay lah. Okay, emotional intelligence. Okay, Pak Din. I'm like finishing, alright? I mean, I'm not finishing yet, Pak Din. I belum panas lagi. Dia macam mana ni? Okay, so Bugs, sorry Bugs, it's going to take a little bit time, okay? So emotional intelligence, okay. One trait that computers and AI-powered robots cannot as yet master is emotional intelligence. Yang tu masih kena makhluk human being juga. Alright, so maknanya that gives us now the upper hand because it's very important on interpersonal communication. Emotional intelligence ni you kena sensitive tau. You duk cakap kok say ni, you kena tahu apa orang keliling you duk rasa. Kan? So you kena ada that kind of cakna. Kena ada, you know, and ramai orang tak faham benda tu. Alright, macam kalau orang perlu pertolongan, kita kena kata, can I help you? Baru orang kata, wah bagus universiti ni, kan, apa-apa saja dia boleh tolong. Tak ada makcik cari elevator tak tahu tang mana, you pun tak kisah apa makcik tu dah buat. So skill communicators who can empathize with the team and synthesize their collective knowledge will now be able to make informed decision and react appropriately to any development, and they can lead with a human touch, inspiring confidence in the team. Satu lagi, cultural intelligence. We all nak internationalization. Lah ni duit tak ada. Makin lama semua universiti nak international student. Betul tak? Because international student bayar fees tinggi. So that's how you survive nak bayar union salary. But bottom line sekarang ni, you tak pandai jaga mereka. You tak kisah pasal visa mereka. Mana yang terasa, universiti terasa, akan rasa lah. Okay, so you tak tengok accommodation mereka. You tak jaga mereka. You tak cakna pasal mereka. You nampak mereka sebagai kacing. Every kepala ni berapa ribu kita nak charge. That's not the way. So cultural intelligence is a necessity when we now become more interconnected than before. That's what the world is all about. We're going to be all traveling body. So we need to work effectively across cultures, across language and borders. Therefore, perkataan tolerance I dislike. You should have understanding of people punya culture, bukan tolerate orang punya culture. Sama juga antara Melayu, Cina, India. If we continue to tolerate, hari ni aku tolerate hang, esok lusa aku benci hang. Tapi kalau you understand, then that's different. That's respect. You understand what I'm trying to say? So perkataan yang kita guna tu pun very important. Cultural intelligence is important because it's about having diversity in the organisation. Tak boleh dalam organisation semua Melayu aja. Macam universiti saya sekarang. Alright? IIUM, right? Semuanya of the same race. Bila raya, universiti kosong. Tak boleh macam tu. So you got to have diversity, right? So, and therefore if deployed properly, it can enhance your global mindset and make you more influential, bringing great benefits to your organization, improve team morale and ensure greater access to resources, knowledge and diversity in terms of talent. Satu lagi, cohesive collaboration. Saya tak tahu nak cerita macam mana dah. You need to collaborate. No more about territorial, alright? So because all staff are future leaders, kita kena make sure that future leaders continue to inspire and execute with passion and enthusiasm to keep their moral high, and dia kena belajar pasal collaboration. Why? Kalau you ada academic staff yang very territorial, dia akan impart that same perangai kepada graduate student dia. Esok lusa graduate student dia graduate with masters and PhD, dia masuk jadi pensyarah, dia akan behave the same way. Territorial juga. Kita nak kerja research macam mana? Research sekarang ni kena kerja dalam team, dalam cluster. Maknanya kena ada collaboration. But kalau kita territorial, finish. Kita tak boleh bekerja sama. But tomorrow is about collaboration. Research is also working now in groups of cluster. No longer about 2-3 orang buat research. That's it lah kawan-kawan baik aku, that's it. No. So you kena make sure. That's what I say. I blame the pensyarah. If you tak letak JD yang betul tentang the requirement of how you plan to recruit, this is what you get. You don't even ask this question tentang collaborative spirit dia, tentang all this growth mindset dia, you tak kira. You kira buat masuk dia boleh mengajak dalam bidang apa, dan dia sekarang ni ada berapa paper, that's it, you buat masuk dia. Then that's what you get. You tak kira dia punya sahsiah dia macam mana. This is why now things have got to change in the way you recruit the staff. Okay, so dengan leaders of tomorrow, they need to bring people together and make them feel that they are part of the solution to get the most out of them in a competitive environment. That is why future leaders kena empower the staff. Bukan dia sendiri dengan top management saya berfikir macam mana nak buat the solution. Dia kena empower staff to do the solution. And then kita dengar bersama and then have a consensus decision in how to go forward with the university. Baru you dapat buy-in. Alright, novel and adaptive thinking amid rapid industry disruption. We need now to have your thinking coming up with innovation and creative ideas, which is very important to move the organisation. Satu lagi, cloud computing. You kena belajar pasal the skill of cloud computing because tomorrow everything is going to the cloud. Bukan beli server dah pakcik weh. Pakcik dengan makcik dalam bilik ni. Saya kena panggil pakcik, makcik because you're still talking about server. We are now talking about cloud. Right? Bukan awan, but cloud computing. So you need to know a little bit more about cloud computing, and I think Puan Adilah coming in, probably you need to hear more from that, right? The next one saya nak cakap is critical thinking, right? Organisation look for critical thinkers, and you need to have now strong critical thinking and thinking out of the box. Okay, saya ambil satu example. Sekarang ni there's a lot of bashing daripada pihak industri yang menyatakan bahawa Malaysian universities are producing graduates that are mismatched with the needs of the industry. Betul tak? Normal ayat. Kan? Kalau tanya pihak industri, dia akan kata benda yang tular lah. That Malaysian graduates are not. And therefore kita naik perkataan mismatch. Alright? And yet our graduates are employed overseas. Macam mana tu Kita punya industri kata our graduate are mismatched. Kita tak produce talent yang menemui perincian industri lokal. Tapi graduan kita di-hire oleh industri-industri overseas. Betul tak? So what if we now turn around and make the statement to say that Malaysian education is producing world-class graduate? Mesti you all terkejut tak? What if we say that because our graduates are now good enough to be hired by advanced countries like UK, like Singapore, like Australia, like USA, alright? So we are producing graduates that advanced countries are looking for. Betul? Otherwise we don't talk about brain drain. So, do we now blame our education system or is it our industries that are not in line with what the world wants? Betul tak? Our graduates are good enough for foreign industries in foreign countries who are much more advanced than Malaysia. So what does that mean? So basically, if you tengok Singapore, 40% of workers in Singapore are Malaysian. So maknanya we're good enough to be hired by Singapore and most of NUS, kalau kita tengok yang rank number 15 ke number 10 top 10 in the world, kebanyakannya are Malaysian lecturers. Alright? So if we continue to cater for what our local industries want, are we now lowering the standards and capability of our graduates? Maybe it's high time that our industries catch up with the needs of the world punya industries. Betul tak? That is two things that I want you to think about. But then you're sleeping. So bottom line, yeah. Ingat aku tak nampak, memang aku nampak. Okay. Okay, so bottom line, this is some things that you want to think about. Sebab kadang-kadang kita terima saja what the industry say. Buck's going to say something else, but kita kena come to an understanding. Apa sebenarnya is the capability of our industry? Are we talking only about MNC? Are we talking only about LLC? How many percent of that? Majority, 98% are SME. And if we lower majority of our graduates to meet SME, mampu kita. You see what I'm trying to say? So this is some things that you need to think about. Communication. Communication skills are important for employees at any level within that organization. So effective communication is very important, including verbal and written. Masalah saya dekat USM dulu, pegawai-pegawai tak boleh tulis surat dalam bahasa Inggeris. We are going to go for internationalization and makhluk tak reti tulis surat dalam bahasa Inggeris. Dia boleh tulis dalam bahasa Malaysia. Kedua, cara makhluk tulis surat, very important. Especially pendaftar bila nak jawab kenapa orang tu tak naik pangkat. You kena tulis surat dengan berhemah. That's why I say people-centered, bukan administrative-centered. If you tulis dengan kami dengan duka cita ingin memaklumkan bahawa tuan-puan tidak memenuhi spesifikasi untuk dinaikkan pangkat pada kali ini. You tahu tak macam mana orang yang baca surat tu rasa? You are not qualified. Signed by a pendaftar or penolong pendaftar. I'm a lecturer and I'm reading the letter from you. So you gotta have other ways. If you are human-centric, saya minta pihak pendaftar punya office pay attention to surat yang you tulis sekarang ni. Dan apa yang anak-anak buah you duk tulis, begitu kasar, tak ada berhemah. So this is something that communication skill lah pakcik, makcik, you kena ada. Right? Because you tak apa? You tak ada emotional intelligence. If you ada emotional intelligence, cara you tulis, you akan berhemah. Lepas orang tu jadi dekan, you keluar surat thank you ke tak? Kadang-kadang terlupa. Lepas orang tu jadi naib chancellor, you keluar surat thank you ke tak? Terlupa. Sebab, saya tahu surat lantikan, lepas tu surat thank you tak kata. Yang dia makhluk tak tidur malam 3 tahun semasa dia jadi naib chancellor, you tak appreciate. So these are the kind of things saya rasa emotional intelligence is very important. Especially people in the administration. So you can learn about communication skill, but to be a good speaker, to articulate well, is usually among those that has undergone experiential learning, those that have knowledge about what it takes to go through that journey. That basically is competency. You understand? Whether I'm a good speaker or whether you can give the same lecture, ask somebody else to give this, and you can ask me to give. If I can pass this, it's because of my experience. And that makes a difference between competency and skill. Faham what I'm trying to say? Okay. So, leadership. Of course, you kena ada leadership skill. That means you know how to effectively motivate and direct others. Kebanyakannya, mereka ni duduk dalam bilik. Macam mana nak motivate others? Macam mana nak engage? Kalau you duduk dalam bilik, sokmo. You are the administrator yang jaga pasal leadership, yang jaga pasal talent management, and you duduk dalam bilik sokmo. Habislah. Okay, so things have got to change, right? Because sometimes it says that research has shown that more benefit kalau organisation to promote internally. Maknanya kalau orang USM nak naik jadi number one, biarlah orang USM. So macam tu lah. That's what research has shown. Because kalau kita ambil orang luar masuk, bukan tak ada, Nabi pun berhijrah. But bottom line sekarang ni, you have to have a creature that comes in that understand emotional and cultural intelligence. That can now learn to love the university first before they make any change. That to me is very important because they can maintain the roh of the university. Each university ada rohnya sendiri. You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay, so if you want to secure a career within your organization, it's important that you always develop leadership and team development skills for you to move up the ladder. So the next thing is, after all this, how long does it take to learn these new skills? According to World Economic Forum, it can take anywhere between 2 to 6 months. 2 to 6 months to learn. Kalau lah ni, tapi kalau memang problem sangat kan, mungkin lama lagi lah. Tapi kebanyakannya will take 2 to 6 months to learn all the skills that I just said. So now we come to the more important part, which is talent management. Mampu Pak Din, sorry, I have to take longer sikit. So institutions of higher learning are knowledge and service based, right? So universities actually compete to provide the best talent to suit the needs of the industry, at the same time offer the best education experience to shape the minds of the future. And different university ada different cara, ada different brand dia. So both the public and private university, you notice that everything that about you tend to give more for student development. You jaga pasal student, you jaga pasal dia punya a learning environment, you jaga pasal dia punya course material. Why? Because students are important for the survival, especially of private university. But public university are very dependent on government and student fees. But if you compare to the industry is willing to invest more on their talent or workforce, and then after they send for training, they measure the ROI. Maknanya, bila dia ajak untuk ni, nak main AKEPT hari ni, berapa mereka belanja untuk you nak main hari ni di universiti, they monitor how much change you have done when you go back to university. InsyaAllah dah. Because you sendiri is the pendaftar. So basically if you are here, you say you want to learn, but when you go back, did you make any change? And who's monitoring whether you make the change or not? It's not done. Alright, so this is different daripada industry. So basically if you don't do that, if you send people for training at AKEPT and at the end of the day dia balik, tak ada any change, then how do you address the competency gap? You pun tak tahu apa gap dia dah because you tak pernah engage dengan dia. So this is why we need to now undergo this, right? So basically, public universities need to take account on how serious you are about talent management, alright? Because talent management is a whole university affair dan bukan masalah HR. You understand tak? Tetapi semua talent management di universiti dilepaskan pada HR. HR lah kena fikir, HR lah kena plan, HR lah kena buat semua. Sebab apa saya kata tadi? Talent management is about where the university is going, where the university is heading. That is the vision and forward looking done by number one and the top management team. Therefore, semua tu kita ada dulu in place, baru talent management boleh jalan. Then we have to look for talent that fit the purpose of what this university is all about. Okay? And unfortunately, when budget is cut, budget for talent management is also among the first to cut. Betul tak? Padahal, walaupun kita dalam keadaan mana pun, the first thing is talent management. Because that is the asset of the university. Masalahnya, adakah semua bendahari faham benda ni? InsyaAllah dah. Okay. So, therefore, what then become the challenges and issues that you now face, right, in talent management. We talk about the organization, we talk about the people, and we talk about the leader. The key component of talent management are to attract, to select, I reiterate, to attract, to select, to develop and retain. So prior to developing this talent management plan, there must be a deep understanding of what the university stands for. Kalau APEX University, what does it do? What does it mean to be an APEX University? Kalau this university kan dah ada niche area, nak jadi SDG University, nak jadi what kind university. So all these are the strategic direction and vision. So where is the university heading? What are the strategies and action plans? So as we face uncertainties, we need rapid change. And masalahnya, strategic plan is a 5-year plan. Betul tak? InsyaAllah plan to fail. This is where you are not thinking. You are facing uncertainty. ASM pun hanya boleh buat 2 tahun saja. Because dalam masa 2 tahun, things will change so fast. That if you have a 5-year plan, you are an organisation yang pushing the donkey up the mountain. Faham? You're not going to change. You are being the same old, same old. So this is not an agile organisation to survive in an uncertain world. So we talk about bunny, we talk about buka, but you're not bukaing, no bunnying. Yeah? So that's what I'm trying to say. So basically, before you want to advertise and attract talent, you need to be clear on the job description. You need to do profiling. That's why Pak Din susah buat profiling. You need to decide exactly what tasks are involved in a particular job. What skill do you want? What experience do you want? What kind of personality do you want that in order for that person to do the job? Masalahnya, you never even consider what personality you want. Dan orang yang interview makhluk yang nak masuk kerja juga tidak di-brief apa benda yang dia patut look for masa dia nak interview. And apakah soalan-soalan yang dia perlu letak untuk different kategori, kategori particular job, skill, experience, personality ada dalam masa nak interview. So these are kind of things that you need to now change. And then lepas tu you kata kat I, bolehlah you cakap banyak. Tapi at the end of the day, apa yang kami ada? Kami ada post yang JPA luluskan. Post yang JPA luluskan seperti pegawai sains. Macam mana I nak cakap pasal data management, data analytic, at the end of the day, pegawai sains. Nama post tu pegawai sains. Tapi you yang determine the job description of the pegawai sains. Yang you duk ikut jawab lama pasal apa? Pegawai sains sekarang ni can be data analytic, can be expert, good in cloud computing, all the skills yang ada. Kena ada semua benda ni baru you ambil. Barulah sekarang you tak interview beratus ribu orang. You akan interview orang yang specific that has all the things needed for the job. Right? So, and then you say, bolehkah kita buat macam tu? Pasal apa pula tak boleh? Saya tanya you balik, pasal apa pula tak boleh? Kita yang determine the job profile. Nama post tu pegawai sains. Nama post tu pegawai takbir. Tapi profiling kita yang buat. So we can do that. So we need to do the right profile and attach it to the post that we have. So the JD also needs to fit with the times. Apa saya kata? Post memang ada, tapi the need need for that job kan has changed. So the job profiling has changed. So basically what I'm trying to say is that bila betul you interested in talent management, betul you interested in this profiling game, the organisation must want to change. Kalau organisation tak tukar, then apa you buat pun susah. Because whatever you want to do now as the HR, you need to bring it up to top management, and top management kena agree that this is the way forward. So the management of HR department must truly recognize the need and purpose of talent management and the expected deliverables. And whatever you do, it has to be transparent and to be a university. It has to be a university approach because management needs to agree on whether we plan to seek talent via inclusive or exclusive mode. This is the next problem that you're going to face. Adakah you nak advertise semua orang ataupun you nak advertise hanya untuk eksklusif, spesifik yang menemui perincian profiling you? Okay, this is where you have to think. And this is where Nat Chancellor kena bersama dengan you. Because kata dalam strategic plan, kita nak buat this strategic unit, right? Kalau kita nak buat strategic unit, kita dah open kepada semua makhluk. At the end of the day, bila strategic unit tu nak naik? Because kita tak letak spesifikasi. Orang strategic unit mesti menjadi ada data analytic, ada big data punya analytic, ada be able to do artificial intelligence. That's what strategic unit is necessary. Tapi kita pergi cari AI biasa, memang patutlah you duduk macam tu. You see what I'm trying to say? So sekarang ni, you ada dilema. Ada kadang-kadang you kena inklusif. Sebab kalau tak inklusif, tak buka kepada semua orang, IPTA apa ni, tak bagi kepada ni. But if you now eksklusif, orang kata pula, orang lain tak boleh dapat. Hanya mereka yang high performer je akan masuk dalam universiti. But to an IPTS, they can only select high performer and that's why they are flying. To an IPTA, mungkin you kena ada hybrid. Mungkin ada setengah job boleh buka pada semua, setengah job yang you betul nak fly, that one you kena bawa high performance into that. Tak boleh semua orang jadi inklusif. Mungkin lah. So that is what the university need to now decide, right? And the new trend in talent management is the use of artificial intelligence to help you to find the right talent. So HR function and capability will be greatly enhanced and transformed dengan adanya penggunaan AI dan juga analytics. This is because a large part of HR decision like recruitment and selection is open to human error and unconscious or conscious biasness. Sebab tu ramai wanita tak dapat kerja sebab this unconscious biasness akan ada dalam selection wanita dalam certain pekerjaan. So therefore, dengan ada artificial intelligence analytic, dia akan get rid of all that. And dia juga akan get rid of universiti saudara mara. Tak? Gelak, hello. Right, universiti saudara mara. Ya, masa ni lah nak buat masuk segala apa benda sampai anak cucu piut semua pun ada dalam universiti itu. Betul? So this will get rid of ni. Bukan I kata tak boleh tolong adik-beradik. Make sure you tolong adik-beradik with substance. Because bila dia masuk dalam universiti dan dia tak perform, habis. You have a whole bunch of baggage that don't perform. Tapi semua jadi anak pinak adik-beradik somebody. Alright, so this is where we say we need to now be able to take care of all this, right? And then you need to nurture the staff, right? And as I said, you know, today is no longer about just output, Q1, Q2 paper. It's also about the whole being of the staff. Are you looking at that? Here you are profiling the staff, tapi cara you measure the performance of the staff, benda yang sama. Tak boleh lah. As we now move forward, you also need to change in how you measure the competency of the staff in order to reward the staff. That's why I kata competency framework tu is a living document. Dia kena tukar as and when you now develop and become more agile. Okay? And retaining talent. So we all need to embrace change in order to be relevant, and we all need to undergo upskilling and reskilling. But what if the existing talent in university refuse to change? Betul tak? You are facing this every day. They are more comfortable with the old way of doing things, or worse, the staff is now complacent, dia tak mau tukar. And here you are trying to move with the times and the staff tak mau tukar. So because when asked to change, the immediate reaction of the staff will be why? Why do I need to change? Because this is human nature to be resistant to change. Therefore, you need to now make the staff understand why they need to change, right? So for mindset change, this is the biggest stumbling block you're about to face in order to retain this good talent. So that's why you need to engage, you need to motivate, you need to tag them early so that they know what's going on, and you need to recruit the right kind of staff into the university. So, and then another one, kalau you dah plan betul-betul, tukar leadership, tukar naib chancellor, mampu everything now change again. Betul tak? Because all the while, everybody who comes in will always sekali bah, sekali pasir berubah, sekali pantai berubah. Mampu kerah, we cannot have continuity. So what is important now is that as new leadership comes in, look at what is happening. Rome is never built in a day. You can't change university overnight. So university is what it is today because previous leaders have put it the way it is. So what you need to see, what's good, allow it to fly. What's not good, change. You understand? Before you change, make sure you understand first what's going on. Because kadang-kadang you dengar daripada penasihat yang songsang, semua tu akan jadi tak bagus belaka. Tak? So important who is your penasihat. So to me, if you are now new in the game, make sure you cari orang yang faham pasal benda tu to explain dekat you. Baru you tahu what exactly is this topic all about. Ni profiling ni. Get a Pak Din to explain to you. Not get another songsang punya person to explain. Then terus dia nanti kata profiling is rubbish. You see what I'm trying to say? So make sure you get the right advisor. So the people and the leader must want to change. So last kali I would to say to retain a good talent, things are now going to get more complex. New leadership cannot be disruptive. University now must take into account both ways to succeed, either requirement for university to move forward and the requirement needed to understand and retain this talent. Because you need to engage, motivate, and satu lagi, do not classify staff yang tak engage yang sekarang ni you consider sebagai troublemaker. And then what do? Instead of addressing dia punya competency gap, you pindahkan dia and let somebody else take over orang tu. That doesn't solve the problem at all. So the required competencies and skill set that is uniquely important to sustain the organization and achieve the strategic goal must be embedded in the talent management process. So I end by saying recruiting the right staff with the required attributes and growth mindset will definitely make the organization fly. So with that, thank you very much. Sorry for the time extension. Assalamualaikum.
Jutaan terima kasih kepada Profesor Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail di atas perkongsian beliau itu tadi. Ya, sidang hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, panjang lebar. Saya mohon Dr. Datuk untuk berada di atas pentas untuk hanya satu sesi soal jawab. Okay, saya buka pentas untuk hadirin hadirat kepada sesiapa yang ingin bertanyakan satu soalan saja kerana masa memang amat mencemburui kita. Dan jika ada untuk banyak yang telah
apa saya
dikupas.
cakap faham ke? Okay.
Faham, memang
amat memahami ya.
Memang hit the point tu Datuk. Ya, memang sangat hit the point. Jadi kita memang susah untuk kita dapatkan Datuk Asma. Jadi ambil peluang ini untuk bertanya satu soalan jika ada daripada sidang hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Okey, silakan Dr. Ayah. Perkenalkan diri doktor dan daripada institusi mana? Mikrofon please.
Universiti Malaysia Sarawak, pengarah pusat kepimpinan UNIMAS. Prof. Datuk, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation, and I think it touched a lot of things there. My question is that, Datuk, you have been through with a lot of roles, no? Now tell me from the Vice Chancellor point of view, what do Vice Chancellor see with regard to the appointment, yeah? With regard to us as a, you can call administrator or future whatever roles we have, and then we have the talent development profiling, but whatever actually we try to give our perspective, it never actually reach out to the Vice Chancellor heart. Is it something wrong in the process? Or is it the whole ecosystem that we need to actually put things in a line so that unit bakat actually can be supportive of what Vice Chancellor needs? Itu saja soalan saya, Prof. Datuk.
Like I said, semua kita khalifah, but there are khalifahs among khalifahs. There are a lot of us are professors, and there are professors among the professors. So basically, that's what I'm trying to say, that profiling of the Knight Chancellor in the future should take account to all this, and that the selection committee yang cari the future Knight Chancellor also need to take account of all this and not just be, minta maaf, politically oriented. So this is why essentially I I basically say daripada dulu lagi, kalau boleh get the right person to do the job, because this is the stake of the future generation of the country. Alright, the future generation of the country is what Malaysia's future is all about. So we put the wrong leader, semua tu akan go kaput. If we put the right leader, everything will go okay. Because at the end of the day, it's about leadership. It's about the leader. Okay, so bottom line to answer that question tu yang saya dah kata tadi, if we get the right person for the job, then you also can do the job well. Betul tak? Because then whatever you suggest, apa yang kita lakukan dekat AKEPT sekarang ni, ni. Tapi bila kita ada training for NAP Chancellor, jarang-jarang NAP Chancellor will attend because NAP Chancellor is very busy. Okay, so therefore dia pun tak attend lah. Tapi bila dia tak attend, kita ada dua perkara. Satu, this is what I say about qualities of leadership. Tak semua tahu. So therefore kita kena jadi leader lagi tinggi, kita kena lagi humble. Lagi kita nak dengar apa orang lain kata supaya kita dapat belajar. Lagi kita nak kena buat lifelong learning. Lagi kita kena, macam I nak buat this lecture, I kena study all over again. But the rest of it is my experience. You understand what I'm trying to say? Apa yang saya cakap, kalau you kata point tu tepat dan jitu, because I went through that. Right, so these are the kind of things lah that as I said, competency kena ada. Sekarang ni dah mula ada profiling, dah mula ada competency. So these are the new things that new leaders now need to have. Alright, so that's why bagi saya at the end of the day is the right person for the job. Okay.
Terima kasih Datuk Asma untuk penjelasan. Tepukan gemuruh untuk Profesor Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma. Datuk Asma, saya mohon untuk tinggal di atas pentas lagi. Minta maaf sebab saya ingin menjemput yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemprofilan Kepimpinan AKEPT, untuk naik ke pentas bagi mewakili pengarah AKEPT untuk menyampaikan cendera hati, tanda jutaan terima kasih daripada pihak penganjur Colloquium AKEPT. Terima kasih sekali lagi buat yang berbahagia Profesor Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail dan dijemput Profesor Madya Dr. Nora Zarudin Shah Abdullah mengiringi Prof Emerita untuk turun dari pentas dan mengambil tempat masing-masing. Sidang hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, ada sedikit perubahan kepada jadual. Kita akan bergambar dahulu untuk sesi fotografi pada pagi ini dan saya memohon untuk juru kamera mengambil, ya, kita akan ambil gambar di luar, jadi mohon untuk hadirin bergerak keluar dan selepas itu kita akan berehat, okay, untuk mengambil minuman di luar selama 15 minit. Loceng akan dibunyikan untuk kita masuk ke sesi seterusnya. Saya mohon maaf kepada Dr. Buxton sebab berlaku sedikit peranjakan masa, ya, tetapi semuanya masih lagi bersemangat pagi ini untuk mendengar ceramah yang seterusnya oleh yang berbahagia Dr. Buxton, ya. So saya mohon hadirin untuk keluar, ambil gambar di luar, yang mana juru kamera sedang bersedia mengambil posisi masing-masing dan ambil minuman pagi dan seterusnya kembali ke dalam dewan. Terima kasih. yang tidak asing lagi dalam industri di Malaysia. Malah beliau sendiri amat mengenali naib-naib Chancellor di dalam platform-platform yang tertentu. terutamanya yang melibatkan bidang pengurusan dan inovasi. Mempunyai lebih 20 anugerah di peringkat kebangsaan dan antarabangsa, di antaranya dari Switzerland, India dan Korea. Beliau juga adalah penerima anugerah inovasi kebangsaan pada tahun 2007 dari Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri. Selain itu, pada tahun 2018, beliau telah menerima anugerah Unsung Hero dari Maybank hasil inovasi beliau dalam membantu masyarakat gelandangan. Bukan calang-calang orang yang kami panggil pada pagi ini ya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Sepanjang lebih 20 tahun, beliau telah menghasilkan pelbagai produk yang dikomersialkan serta buku-buku berkenaan dengan kreativiti inovasi. Di samping itu, beliau juga bergiat cergas membangunkan bakat berdasarkan kreativiti dan inovasi di industri. Selain menjadi perunding kepada industri dan badan kerajaan, pengalaman beliau selama lebih 30 tahun adalah penuh dengan warna dan keistimewaan, terutamanya dalam menggerakkan agenda penerapan nilai diri, values seperti yang dikatakan oleh Profesor Emerita pagi tadi, yang akan menyumbang kepada prestasi dan kecekapan. Dengan itu, majlis dengan berbesar hati menjemput Yang Berusaha Dr. Bakstan dari Vitrox Technology Sdn Berhad untuk menyampaikan perkongsian beliau. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Thank you, Dr. Yasrina, for such a warm welcome. And I guess it's kind of hard to speak after Dato Asma. Dr. Asma is a good friend of mine. I've known her for many, many years. We sit together in the selection committee for the Anugerah Academic Negara. For 10 years, we work together. We meet twice a year. And she is always very dynamic, you know. So I'm very happy to be here among the brains of the country. And I also like to thank AKEPT. Actually, Pak Din came and see us about 3 months ago. And I was very surprised. I was very surprised. Why would a government department wants to talk about human development? Want to know about how we develop talent in a private company. So he was then listening to how we do our work and how we keep our people. And then later on, it says, Dr. Bucks, you have to share this with us. So here I am. I'm happy to share with you. I will actually tell you stories. I bring a lot of pictures. It's more like telling the stories because I also like to thank Dr. Asma this morning. I think she has presented a very beautiful presentation on the points, the pertinent point of how you can effectively develop talent within the MOHI, within education sphere. But what I do now in today's session, which I spend about half an hour to 45 minutes with you, to tell you the how, the actual how. You see, policies are quite easy to make because it's all over the internet. It's very easy to write a blueprint. But the implementation is actually the difficult part. Would you agree with me? Yes. So today is to show you a little bit about how we run the company, how we develop these talents, and how we keep them, and how they are so happy to contribute, to fight for the company, to fight for the main cause. In fact, if I look at the difference between the government department, after Padin's visit to me, then I realized actually the difference between the government and the private sectors, actually only the professional occupation is different, but the end delivery is the same. Your end delivery is to have makmur dan kemajuan. Same as the private sectors. We also want to have makmur and kemajuan. But the implementation is a bit tricky, which I will show you how I do it. And from here, I hope you can pick up some point. At the end of my lecture, I will then leave some rooms for question and answer. So I'm here to give you any clarification that you have in mind. So this is a perspective from a private sector. Vitrox, which is a public listed company. If you don't mind, I walk over to the other side. I feel more comfortable if I can look at the big screen. We are a private listed company. We are formed in Penang by 3 USM graduates. So Siti Hasma was very happy when she was the Vice Chancellor. She visited us in year 2019, and she was very surprised to see that such a successful company is actually an alumni of USM. And she mentioned that this can be a role model, a company to many students that is entering into universities. So here we are. To give you a perspective of talent development, this is our experience. So I begin with our purpose, our mission, our vision. Because whatever we do, like I mentioned just now, we want to have peace and progress, kemakmuran dan progress. So we always fall back, anchor onto our purpose. The purpose is to contribute to the advancement of society and well-being of mankind through compassionate innovation. So I think the word here, most of you will look at innovation. But more importantly, there's another word which we emphasize more than innovation, is compassion, right? Compassion is not in any country, not in any company. Most companies talk about innovation, but for Vitrox, we talk about compassion. How we can help the unfortunate one, how we can help those who has not have it. So compassion is important for us. Then we have vision. For many years, we have a vision to have an effective machine through innovation and so forth. But last year we changed. We changed to be the world's most trusted technology company. Again, technology company is not our emphasis. Our emphasis is, I think, very strangely to you, is trusted. This is our main goal. How to be a trusted company. So as I go on, I will explain more to you. And our mission is that we are committed to transform the way of creating and developing innovation technology for a compassionate and sustainable world with true integrity and trustworthy. Again, in the mission here, you can see many words, right? But what do you think is the most important word? Integrity. Integrity here is the most important word in the mission. Because without integrity, the purpose cannot be achieved, and also the vision cannot be achieved. So I'm going to explain to you how we came about on the integrity part. So this is last year's number. We do about 680 million. This year we do about 800 million. Of course, we haven't gone to December yet, but we know we're going to hit about 800 million. Profit after tax last year we do about 169 million. This year we should be doing like 180 million. That means profit after tax, after paying the tax. So every year we have 120, 150, 180 million. So we have a lot of reserve in our company. We have about 1,000 staff today. 1,000 staff today, I'm very glad to tell you, all the 1,000 staff are Malaysian. This is something we are very proud. We don't have Bangladeshi or we don't have any people, but we have 2 Iranian, 1 Egyptian, and 1 Indonesian. 1,000 of them here in Batu Kawan, we are in Penang, and out of which are 300 subcontractors, which we do assembly of our machine. But we have 500 engineers. Out of the 1,000, 500 of them are engineers. Because why? Because we are a R&D company. We don't make machine for OEM, for someone in Germany or someone in China or someone in America. We actually develop our own machine using our own research, our own findings, and we come up to solve problems for company. And other people are copying us. You got it? In fact, Vitrox, if you look at MyPo record, Vitrox is the second highest in terms of private company that filed patent. The first is Top Glove, second is Vitrox. So we believe in filing patent. We believe in actually developing our own technology. All right. So that way we are not afraid of price material, or we are not afraid of those sanction here, sanction there, because it is the technology that drive our company. And I want to tell you, these 500 engineers that we employ, they are all from our local university. This message I want you to bring home. I want you to bring home to your university to tell them that we have 500 engineers that came from USM, came from UKM, came from UTM, came from APU, came from HELP University. All are local, right? So we take them. The minute they are fresh, where we take them. After we take them already, then of course we have the R&D department. Then they will slowly learn along the way. I'm going to talk a little bit about the machine, because I think just now Simon asking me what do we do. So before that, I want to tell you that last year we actually have been nominated as the best company in Malaysia. So thank you. Among the 1,000 company in Bursa Saham Kuala Lumpur, last year we were voted the best company. That means something is right. Something is right. So now I'm going to explain to you what the machines we do. What we do is quality machines that control the microchips in the semiconductor. We will have this machine using vision, using AI, using deep learning, using this artificial intelligence for quality control. So as you can see here, the reel is where the microchips are very small, very tiny, maybe 1 meter, 1 mm by 1 mm, and you go through this machine, and through our intelligence, we can tell which microchip is defective. So this is what we do, right? We have many models. We have got big, we have got small, we have got 3D. This is a 3D X-ray. 3D X-ray means by using X-ray, we can see the bottom part, whether defective or not. So these are all sold around the world. We are the owner of this technology, and people are buying our product because of the reliability and of the consistency. Our quality is considered very good, right? We have a lot. So our color is white color. And we have large machines. These are for telecommunications. We are in the automotive industry. We are in nearly every industry. But now we have gone into the medical industry, even medicines. We also have machines to check, make sure that every piece of medicine are sealed, are well packed, and so forth. So we are in many industries as well, right? So these are using robots. So the robot arm to go and do the checking, Of course, we also do electronic communication solution. These are the brain for other people to do checking also. So we are not stingy. We also share our technology with other company, right? So these are the light source. Lights is very important. We have a lot of scientists in our company. By having known the light from the star, we can understand the gas that come from that star. So we have gone very deep, right? All right. So those white color are our machines. So this is in line. So if there's a production, so our white machine will check the quality, right? And then go through this oven and comes out, right? And we also got this one, we call it V1. This is a solution, software solution, where the manager in the office is able to tell the production floor how much chips has gone through, how many defective, and so forth. And last month, DRB HiCom came, and he said, "Oh, can I use this for my car manufacturing?" I say, "Of course we can. Yeah, we can put an IoT at your production site, and we can just get all the information. So this is belong to us, and we can tailor to any kind of business. In fact, we at Vitrox, we also now have another department to do agriculture, whereby we are developing technology, AI technology. So when the farmer see that the leaf have turned yellow, right, the AI will send a signal to the farmer that ada penyakit lah. So then the farmer will know what to do with those things. So we have a lot of AI, a lot of in every machine that we have the AI, and the AI belong to us because we have scientists to develop our own library. So we're using our own library, we have our own rights, the way we do our things, right? Again, like this is we want a digital dashboard which can be used for all kind of productions. So we have a customer in America which has actually a manufacturing arm in Mexico, and they bought from us because they want to know in Mexico how are they doing so forth. So in in Batu Kawan, we can see everything for them. All right. So for you don't have to buy the entire thing, which is expensive, but you can subscribe as a user from us. So it becomes very cheap. That's how the farmer can afford. It's only 110 ringgit for one user. Okay, now apart from the things that Dr. Asma has spoken this morning about the theory and so forth. So today again, there's a small lesson about innovation, which I think you all know, right? Technology innovation actually talks about the technical artifacts, device, and product. The process innovation talk about the services and the process of procurement and so forth. And administrative, you talk about institutional policy changes and structural changes and system changes. So today I'm here to share with you something that's different. Something that I think is important for you to know is called cultural innovation, right? As Dr. Yasrina mentioned just now, that my whole life is in innovation. So we know that innovation doesn't stop just in the process and technical part of it. Even cultural can be done. And for cultural, we are talking about behavioral. Just now, I think Dr. Asma talked about, say, human also like animal. We live in a society. So by understanding that we live in the communal society, then we're talking about how we can change our working ethics. What of that? Yeah. So the next few slides, we are talking about that part. So we begin with this. This is the question was posed to us because we make machines, and machines are made of metal. What of that? Metal is cold. So the question is, how do you make a machine that could feel warm like a human being? How? How can you do that? Anyone got answer to it? Can you tell me? Yeah, we have an answer to it. The answer is appreciation of the importance of treating people well. All right. So when our engineer are given a task to come up with a machine to solve a solution, he is told to make a machine that can solve the customer's problem, and then that way we are treating the user well. You got it? So the user that uses our machine appreciate our machine. So the machine now become warm again. You got it? Yeah. So this is how we translate a machine to become warm using our intelligence, our emotion. Just now, I think Dr. Asma talked about the intelligent, technical intelligence, emotional intelligence. This is emotional intelligence. You got it? I'm pretty happy. Actually, I was, like in all speaker, they don't speak after Dr. Asma because Dr. Asma's talk is very big and strong. So the next speaker will be drowned by her voice. But I'm very happy. Yeah, that's true. I know her for many years. I know she's a very dynamic person. But I'm happy that I'm after her because she has already given a very good outline. So I hope everyone can get a copy of her slide. Then once you understand what she was trying to say, then by using this experience that we have at Witrox, you can implement them. All right? You can implement them. Okay, this is to tell you the share price. Remember I told you Witrox was formed 20 years ago. Actually in year 2000, that means 22 years ago, we formed with just capital of 20,000 ringgit. Mr. Chu borrowed some money from the mother, from the father, and then I also from a few friends. And then by year 2005, we listed in the stock market, Nasdaq. At the time was Nasdaq. So share price is only 12 cents and market capitalization was 56 million. But today, as you can see, over the 20 years, our share price in October last year was almost 20 ringgit. Almost 20 ringgit. And our capitalization is 10 billion. So we were very happy with that kind of progress. But I want to tell you that this thing did not came by just natural happening. there was an intervention. The intervention was in year 2011. So it took a few years. So that means when we implement a policy, we cannot get, don't try to get instant result. Don't expect instant result. It takes about 10 years to develop whatever you are doing, whatever intervention that you are putting in. So what is the intervention that we put in? I think this is what you want to know, right? Yeah, so this is what we put in. We put in what we call the cultural innovation, a value, emotional value that we want to practice. So this becomes the DNA of the company. So what we want to emphasize here is IATCG, we stand for integrity. Remember the word integrity? Yes. So it's right in the middle of our heart. Integrity, accountability. We must be responsible for every action that we do. Courage. Kalau kita silap buat apa-apa pun, we have to say sorry. Yeah? We have to have the courage, no matter who you are, right? Whether you are a CEO or not. Then we have gratitude and care. Gratitude because you remember the part I say, treat the people well. Yes, when people treat you well, then you say thank you. The gratitude is very important, and of course care. Care actually, we put it there, but the real word is love. The love, but we did not put love because it doesn't sound good. So we put the word care. So love, there are many types of love, like cinta, sayang, kasih. They are all inside here. Care, they are all inside here. And the last is trust and respect. Again, trust is very important. Something that we cannot buy. Although you make millions and millions of dollars, you cannot buy. You have to earn the respect. Betul tak? Yeah. So how we do that? This is how we do it. Now, before that, I wanted to share a pantong with you because if I can share this pantong, then it gives you an understanding how it is done. The core value at Witrox is IACTG, shaping the hearts and mind of all employees. A culture practiced by you and me. It has become a DNA of the company. A well-groomed IACTG culture can earn the trust of all stakeholders. When it's adopted and nurtured, it can yield good results for sure. With a well-disciplined employee, the company can run smoothly, high productive, completely free from internal squabble and misery. This part here I want to emphasize a bit. I had a visit from MPC and JPK. JPK is Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. So when I spoke about this, then he said, your company got no toxic or toxic people. I say we have. But because of this culture where people are more wholesome people that has got integrity, so the toxic person sudah masuk kalangan ini, he also become a good person. You got it? So it's very important that this is like training a horse, a wild horse. If you want to train a wild horse, is by beating him or by punishing is very difficult. But if you can put a wild horse together with other horses who has been tamed, then the wild horse after some time he is also tamed. Then from there you can teach the wild horse. Isn't that right? Yeah. So it's very important that we have this culture of wholesome values. When you have this culture of wholesome value, so whatever wild horse that comes inside here, he become a tame horse altogether, right? When the employee trusts each other, a good relationship develops deeper. When a good relationship grows stronger, peace and harmony is secure. You got it? So the relationship is not about our company with another company, a vendor or a customer. No. The relationship is between you and me, and her, and him, and that fella, and this fella, and that fella. So we begin at home. We begin at home. So we develop the relationship among each other. That is the starting point. Only by understanding that how respect is earned, then only we can talk about another company. We talk about our vendor or customer, all right? Okay, when peace and harmony is procured, work get done nicely and proper. When work are carried out in order, productivity is assured. So you can see here, of course, every company has office politics. I think you also have. But then we spend time looking at peace and producing our product rather than stabbing each other's back. Then we can produce the results. And when productivity is achieved, MIG goals and target are reached. It's rewarding and unprecedented, immense joy, yet business uninterrupted. MIG is the most important goal. Every year, our CEO will give us some target. Usually it's 15% more than last year, the target. So this is called our most important goal. Then we have a few, and always we achieve. We always achieve. That's why you can see the number go up, right? And of course, the company also reward us as an employee. We reward everyone, and we get bonus. So this year, the company gave us 4.5 monthly bonus, which is fantastic. Yeah. Not only that, everyone get a trip to go to Europe. So yeah. So we have got about 700 staff that are qualified, and we're going to break into 18 trips. 18 trips. No? We are going to Croatia, we're going to Slovenia, and we're going to Italy. All company paid, free. Yeah. First, you have to work here first. So this kind of reward is very hard to resist, very hard to resist. So that's why we have more people coming in than more people going out. We manage to maintain them. So this is one of the carrot that we give, right? Instilling this culture, we earnestly believe, lies harmonic, so contemplative, wholesome value, greatly appreciative. Can you push down this lower? Because this is important. So anyway, this pantun was written by me. Thank you. I felt the immense joy that we have this culture. 2011, I wasn't there. I haven't joined the company yet, but I was told all the manager about adalah dalam 30-40 manager. We went to Penang Hill. We spent 3 days just to brainstorm to come up with this IACTG core value for Vitrox, right? Okay, so the important thing, to develop talent, there are two. One is the culture, and the other one is the hardware. This is the hardware. That means they must come in, they feel conducive. So we follow the Google concept, whereby our office open concept. This is our factory. Our factory has got no painting, no toxic paint, got no welding, It's actually very nice, fully aircon. And then, our R&D office is comfortable. This is our factory. Many people come to our factory, they say, this is not a factory. This is like a university campus. Betul juga lah. Because, our aim is to give people the nice present feelings. Our factory is actually behind. There are 4 levels. We call it ICT garden, where all our managers and R&D, we have got many facilities, library, we have got cafe. So our cafe is cheaper than Starbucks, 5 ringgit only. Yeah. It's very nice. This is the lobby. So we want to give people a comfort, that when you come to work, you are in a world-class environment. Makerspace. In fact, we are the only company, I think, in Malaysia that give a makerspace, that the engineer can come in to test their conceptual design. It's important for them to try and error, because in one go you cannot get it right. So we have makerspace. In fact, we also use the makerspace to get the children from the schools. We have got 3 daerah, which is Seberang Perai Selatan, Seberang Perai Tengah, and Seberang Perai Utara. So every month we get 2 visits. And in each visit, we get 2 buses. We get about 80 people. They come here, they play the whole day. It's really fun, So that way, we plant the seed of STEM. Because we found out that children today, they don't like to study science. They don't like to study maths. But when they come here, then they believe it's so much fun, Using science theory, we can do so much activity. And because of science, we get the entire world, which is they came in and they feel they like it. So this is how we develop talent before we employ them. You got it? Yeah, so the talent development starts from the makerspace itself, from when they are in standard 5, from when they are in form 3. We already plant the seed. Like this is the working space. We have a world-class auditorium. So this is where our manager do our quarterly report, right? And we got many places to have recreation. We have got music, we have a gym, we have got ping pong, we have got basketball, volleyball, macam-macam. So another thing, what we do is we give freedom of coming to work and also freedom of going back home. So we open our day from 7 to 9. Then you 10. So if you come in at 7, then you go home at 4. So that way you don't have to fight the traffic jam. Betul tak? So maybe this is something you can pick up from us. So then that way, as long as we clock 8 hours, you're fine. That's one way that we do. And we are the only company, not say only company, we are the company that provide meal, lunch for everyone, even the subcontractor staff. So we provide meal, and our meal are special. We give a vegetarian meal. That way we save 22,000 animals every year. So we got, and then we employ a world-class chef, you know. So kita kadang-kadang makan kambing, rasa macam kambing tapi bukan kambing. Yeah, very nice. So he's very good. So sometimes ada masakan India, we eat with hands. Then makanan Melayu with this vegetable, ulam and all that. It's actually very beautiful. So we save about 95 million liter of water. In fact, our company is very much involved in ESG. We are ranked 4-star out of 4-star. That means we already got the maximum. So 25% of our energy is solar powered. We are using rainwater to harvest. We harvest rainwater to do washing and all that. Of course, during time, Saturday, Sunday, our staff is encouraged to do volunteerism. So they go to the beach, they go and pick up all the rubbish. Then we also go to old folks' home, we clean their houses. We go to the rumah tunggal, we teach the children maths. So we do a lot of things, you know. So every staff supposed to do 14 hours of volunteer work a year. Doesn't mean that he will get promotion, but you try to qualify 14 hours. If you don't get 14 hours, then you're not one of us. Not to say we're not one of us. Then the manager say, why don't you volunteer? So no. So somehow we want to cultivate the contribution to the society. So everyone here, they will do on their own. Then they tell the manager, I've done this, I've done that. So then the manager during the quarterly meeting will say, oh, I've done this, I've done that. So that encourage to become a valuable person in the society. We don't want you just to come and become engineer and go back. We want you to become a valuable person in the society. All right. So it's more like all-round building the character of the person. All right. This is also we get volunteer engineer to serve food. So every day we get engineers to serve food. And all these engineers are also helping to kopek. Yeah, I think these are eggs. So in this picture, you see one person who is the number 35th richest man in the country. This is Mr. Chu, the founder. Mr. Chu also have to kopek the eggs. He also has to volunteer. He's worth 1.8 billion USD, but he still has to do all this. So he show by example. He has got no ego. So far, working for him for so many years, I never see him raise his voice. So we are talking about walking the talk, yeah? So as leader, we walk the talk. You have to do volunteer. You have to do by example. You have to be the role model for everyone. He has a Porsche, but he never have a parking lot. So normally he come late. Because you remember I told you he come from 7 to 9. He will come just 5 minutes before 9. He park very far, almost 1 kilometer away. Because we have a lot of car. So he says, never mind, he walk. So this is the encouragement we get from him. Very inspirational. Of course, this is a Friday. Sometime after lunch, we just jam, play some music. We entertain ourselves. We have a lot of talent. We have a lot of laughter, actually. Right? This is a family day. We have family day every year. We have got all. In fact, some of the engineers who do well, we give them an award, All-Star. Another night, we call it All-Star Night. And then we have also Gratitude Day where we give card to each other. So among your friends, which one you want to give a card? So the CEO will give me a card. So I'm very happy that I got a card from the CEO myself. And this is an old photo. This is, I think, year 2015. By today, this is about 500 staff. By today, already double. Huh? So we are growing and growing. We continue to grow. We continue to attract talent. Right? We have a music room so you can jam. So we give people to express their other talent. Right? So it's actually fun. Of course, I cannot sing, but I can pantun. So I also try to join and do my pantun. And we try to celebrate every event. Like this is, I think, last month, Deepavali. So on Deepavali, we will decorate, we'll do a kolam, people will then, Hana, is it? They paint their fingers, their hands, yeah, henna. And on that day itself, Deepavali, everybody wear a purple color. Yeah? This is before. So we have this tagline called One Voice, One Mission, One Team. I don't see any celebration that we left out. Hari Raya, Deepavali, Chinese New Year, Christmas. We never miss out any kind of. We want to have the integration of everyone. So this is a togetherness. When they talk to each other, because they may be working in there for 3 years, but the number of people keep growing. So it's very hard for you to know the people. When you don't know the people, you cannot build the relationship. So these are things. These are time where they build relationship. In fact, today, after so many years, most of the people, I don't know the name, but they know my name. Yeah. So it's a challenge for me. I have to get to know them also. Then we got many fundraising. So this is one fundraising which we then wash car. Wash car, not just wash car. So the manager said, each car, I give you 20 liters of water to wash. So these are all engineers, These are all engineers, very high-paid engineers. So they came and washed the car. So for 2 days, we washed about 487 cars. We raised about, I think, 2,800 ringgit. And all these people having fun. So every activity, there is an element of innovation. There's always an element of fun in it. Right? For example, these are all engineers, but they make soap. How to make soap to raise money. You can do that. I think these are the easy part. These are the easy part you can do. I think you can do more than that. But going to the rumah Ibu Tunggal, going to the old folks home, that's important. Because when we go there, we clean their toilet, we clean their floor, we bring our beras, we bring our mihun, Then we also tell them stories. So they feel very happy with us. And last year when Taman Sri Muda got flooded, 20 of our engineers came and helped to clean the flood. And on their own money, they stay in a hotel, they do the next day, then they went back. The CEO led the way. So we have done a lot of things. In fact, year 2015, when we have the great flood, I remember? Yeah, Kuala Kedah and some part of Batu Kawan, Tambun Jaya, we went to clean. We followed our pens. We just go and do without tadakira. Yeah. So these are the things the manager lead by example. So you are all managers. So don't waste the moment when there's a flood. When there's a flood, you fold up your sleeve, you call your kawan-kawan, you go. And other people, when they see you do that, they will follow. It has to be led by us. So not everything has to be in the, plan. Kadang-kadang Tuhan cakap, you do it lah. So he give you chance to do it. So you must take the opportunity to do it. Okay, then musim durian, because we like durian. Our CEO also like durian. He spent 8,000 buy all the durian, semua orang makan durian. So that is the thing that we do. But you see, like musim durian, you don't have to put in the planner. When you feel like it, you just do it, right? This is the thing that I talk about. Every month we get 2 schools to come, and each time when they come, 80 of them will come. All right, so we have a lot of games, and this is where we plant the seed of science and technology. We believe in building the nation together with you. All right, so that when these people come, they go to university, they are more prepared. When they sudah suka belajar, then it's easy for you, right? And then also, I want to tell you about our human resource. I think this is good for Simon to understand. In company, normally the human resource take care of all the welfare of the company, welfare of the staff. But at Witrox, our human resources break into 3. This is interesting. The first one is people's culture. Remember the IACTG? Remember the Deepavali celebration? You remember all the washing and we also do how to say cultivation of sayo also. So all these are under the people's culture. Then we have also another department called PD. PD means People's Development. I think Dr. Asma this morning cakap, some people cannot even write an email in English. So we do that also. The People's Development, some people who doesn't know this kind of software or that kind of things, then the People's Development will spend money to get the expertise to teach you. So everybody in our office, no matter how old you are, if you lack of something, even PowerPoint, if you don't know how to have a nice PowerPoint, then you call for it, they will then get you to go under the training. So we have spent all the HR fund that we have entitled, plus we tambah lagi 300,000 ringgit just to train our people every year. All right, so we got the people's culture, people's development, and the people's management, PM. People's management is exactly what the HR department is. They take care of your gaji, they take care of your sick leave, they take care of your accounts and so forth. So we look at the development of our people seriously. We highly value the asset of our company. So then we look into these three. In fact, the people's culture, we also got mind, body, and soul. So we got meditation, we got all kind of therapy. So I'm one of the teacher. I teach meditation. So I've got meditation class. So that way, the mind is clear. So these are important values that we have. Okay, so every manager now, we want them to become leaders. So we want them to become teachers. So in fact, at Witrox now we have moved on to education as well. We're going to have what we call Witrox College next year. So at Witrox College, we're going to offer engineering subject in diploma. There's 3 engineering subjects. So at these 3 engineering subjects, we're going to teach it differently. We call it WBL, work-based learning. So 70% of the time the student will go to class, 30% they will go to the R&D center. At the R&D center, then the manager become the coach, become the teacher for them. And the students are assigned to do project given summer. You understand? So unlike other university who doesn't have a factory, doesn't have a company, we have a company. So that's the difference. So we are making use of whatever we have. So that when the student come to learn a project, he has got deadline. And he's working on a real-time project with real problem to solve. So it's not assignment, but a real project. So by end of the day, when he graduates, in his resume, he has working experience as well. So this is an important part that we're going to give. And we're also doing TVET, which we actually work with Jabatan Kemahiran Pembangunan. So we're going to do TVET schooling. So there's a lot of coaches in the Bahagian production. They will become coaches for all our students. So this is very important. We are making them to become teachers and coach. And they are not paid. They are paid as normal, but they get some allowance and they get a little bit of marks for appraisals. So we want them to feel importance, because whatever they do, not just clock in and clock out. We want them to sumbang balik kepada masyarakat. All right. So this is the good thing, and I have got no problem. I only got one problem only. Beginning when I tell them you have to be coach, they get scared. They have the fear. They have the fear of they don't know how to become a coach. They have the fear they never teach before. I say, no. When you are working, you are teaching an apprentice how to do what's next to do. That's your job. But we just need to record down. That way, we release the fear. So you must remember, when you apply something, there's always a resistance. So you have to use skillful mean. You have to use skillful mean to understand the challenge, and then you resolve with the person that you are working with. All right. Okay. So next, this is our complex at Batu Kawan. This is where we work now. We used to be in Bayan Lepas. Then we moved here in 2018. This is 450,000 square feet. But we thought it's enough. But today, tak cukup lah. Then we have to build this campus 3. This campus 3, we started building last year. By next year, it should be ready. Another 450,000 square feet. So we are still getting people in. We are still getting people in. So we are very lucky that our business is good. Our business is good is because our culture is good. Our culture is good is because we have implemented what we wanted to implement. So that implementation is very important. And then in soon, our years to come, we're going to have our Vitrox Institute of Technology. Remember I told you, next year we're going to offer the diploma. So over the other next few years, we're going to have a university. So we have already bought this land, and next year we're going to start building this. We call Group 5. So we believe like in every important or successful business, like for example, Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is successful because they have Stanford University to support them. Betul tak? So we believe in Batu Kawan industry area, there are a lot of electronic company there. So we want to build a Vitrox Institute of Technology to provide the talent for these companies. So this is our vision. Right? So I think before I go, I want to give you a take-home message. The take-home message is this. Peter Drucker, who is actually a management consultant, educator, author, so he came up with a phrase. The phrase is this: culture eats strategy for breakfast. But what does it mean? What do you think it means? What do you mean culture eats strategy for breakfast? It means, in a nutshell, no matter how great your business plan is, your plan will fail without a company culture that encourages people to implement it. You got it? Yeah, so I hope you take this home. This is very important. A culture is more important than your strategy. And your strategy will not work unless we implement it. So with that, I think I will end my session. I hope you have enjoyed my session, and thank you very much.
Satu tepukan gemuruh untuk Dr. Bucks Tan. Saya mohon Dr. Bucks untuk kekal berada di atas pentas. Cukup padat ya perkongsian beliau, dan kita ada satu saja soalan yang boleh dikemukakan. Sebab cerita beliau sangat menarik. Saya tahu ada banyak soalan yang ingin bertanya, tapi masa sangatlah terhad. Jadi saya mohon daripada hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, kalau ada soalan yang ingin dikemukakan kepada Dr. Bucks. Sebab yang dia bercerita ni mengenai budaya, inovasi budaya. Ya, inovasi budaya, dia punya pantun pun berinovasi. Sebab pantun dia dalam bahasa Inggeris. Jarang orang buat. Selalu saya buat pantun dalam bahasa Melayu. Ya, itu adalah satu inovasi. Hadirin hadirat, jika ada soalan, sesiapa yang ingin bertanya, bukan senang ya nak dapat Dr. Bucks ni. Saya rasa kalau saya pun nak bekerja dengan dia. Seperti mana yang sidang hadirin, ada yang kat tengah, boleh tak kami bekerja dengan Dr. Bucks? Seronok kan? Anyone? Yes. Sila perkenalkan diri dan juga daripada institusi mana?
From the International Islamic University Malaysia. Actually, we are in this table. I mean, the whole everyone in this room are very inspired and very, orang kata kagum lah ya. We are really impressed on the way you inculcate the values and also cultures in your company. You know, well done, and it's a very good thing to have. Okay, and then what I want to ask here is that how you deal with resistance or refuse from the team members.
Refuse, meaning tak nak bertolak ansur.
Refuse for change, or with your yes, with the changes, and they refuse to be part of the change team.
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay. So jadi we normally have what they call the NPS, net productivity score, net performance score. That way we will then allow people to rank the things that we are doing. Then we also got one box called Vitrox Voice. The Vitrox Voice is open. You don't have to write your name. But if you want to write your name also can. Then you write whatever you're not happy about. So that way, the people's management manager, remember I told you the HR department divide into 3. The people culture will handle that. The people culture will call you up or read your message. If your name is there, they will call you up. They will have a coffee with you privately. Once they have a coffee with you privately, you can say anything you say. It's not recorded anywhere because they just want to hear. But most of the people that talk about it are because of the difference in view, difference in opinion in the department. In our company, we will accept your views, and then we ask you what do you think the solution is. So if the solution is within that manageable, then we'll call the manager to sit down with you to solve it. But if we think that this one cannot solve because the view is already too far away, then we'll propose to you, would you like to work in another department or not? So we ask you first. Then you will tell us which department you like to go. So for R&D, I know a lot of finance people, they say, look, I don't want to work in the finance because it's no fun. Every day they're sitting down looking at numbers only. So then we ask him, where you want to go? He says something different. So I say, well, okay. Then we tell them, we propose to them, we got a new department, the Witrox Agriculture, and also we got a new department, Witrox Academy. So he went to Witrox Academy. Wow, at Witrox Academy, you can see his life changed. He is so happy to be there. And then we got another person who is an engineer in R&D. He also not happy. So we ask him what you want to do. He said, this is, my boss is not a reasonable person. Then at the end of the day, now he become an instructor for our program in the education as well. So there are always room for people to move within our society, within our company. So you just need to understand and try to apply a skillful means. Don't always force him to agree to other people's view, because we have to respect their view. If they think it's not right, then we just say, okay, then we move on to other department. Hopefully I answer your question.
Terima kasih Dr. Bucks. Mohon Dr. Bucks untuk kekal lagi di atas pentas. Majlis memohon yang berusaha. Satu tepukan gemuruh ya sekali lagi untuk Dr. Bucks Tan. Dan saya menjemput yang berusaha Tuan Azrul Izham Hamzah, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Kelestarian Kepimpinan AKEPT untuk bersama dengan penceramah kita pada pagi ini bagi mewakili penganjur Kolloquium AKEPT 2022 menyampaikan cenderahati tanda jutaan terima kasih daripada pihak penganjur Kolloquium AKEPT. Okay, terima kasih sekali lagi buat yang berusaha Dr. Bucks Tan dan Tuan Azrul Izham, dan dijemput Tuan Azrul untuk mengiringi yang berusaha Dr. Bucks Tan untuk turun dari pentas. Di sini saya ingin memohon maaf kepada Puan Adilah dan juga Tuan Simon kerana sedikit masa yang diambil oleh para penceramah. And I believe also selepas ini pun dia akan drag juga sebab pagi ni kita mempunyai penceramah yang semuanya mempunyai pengalaman yang luas. Ya. Jadi kalau Dr. Bucks berpantun dalam bahasa Inggeris, saya nak pantun sedikit. Hasil penyelidikan membawa kepuasan, nilai komersial membawa kekayaan. Lebih penting adalah nilai kemanusiaan. Menarik industri dengan cipta rekaan. Jadi perlu fikirkan apa dia perkataan-perkataan seperti integrity, kasih, sayang, cinta, care itu. Dan juga trust, kepercayaan, itu adalah elemen-elemen nilai ataupun values yang telah ditekankan oleh dua penceramah pada pagi ini. Oleh itu kita pergi ke sesi yang seterusnya. Penyampai kita, penceramah kita pada pagi ini, very beautiful lady, I would say, sitting there, okay, menunggu masa beliau untuk berceramah. Beliau bertugas sebagai pengurus perundangan dan hal ehwal kerajaan bagi Microsoft Malaysia. Beliau adalah sebahagian dari kumpulan SELA, Corporate, External dan Legal Affairs, menggalas tanggungjawab penasihatan, menghubungkan inisiatif kerajaan dengan keperluan dan kepakaran Microsoft, terutamanya berkaitan dasar-dasar awam yang memberi impak kepada inovasi dan perkembangan sektor teknologi maklumat ataupun IT di Malaysia. Beliau mempunyai pengalaman lebih 20 tahun di dalam industri dan telah memegang pelbagai jawatan penting dengan beberapa konglomerat seperti Axiata, Dell, Khazanah, My Digital Corp, melibatkan koordinasi perundangan dan IT di Malaysia. Bukan saja di Malaysia tetapi sebahagian besar Asia Tenggara dan sebahagian Asia Selatan. Seorang yang disegani dalam bidang perundangan teknologi maklumat, penceramah kita hari ini adalah merupakan graduan. Dia bukan bidang IT tetapi sarjana LLM dari Columbia University School of Law, New York, dan graduan sarjana muda Bachelor of Arts perundangan dari University of Oxford, United Kingdom. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis menjemput Puan Adila Junid untuk menyampaikan perkongsian beliau. Dipersilakan.
Hello. Hi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me here today. Before I start, my name is Adila, and I am the Director for Legal and Government Affairs for Microsoft Malaysia. I think many of you may be familiar with my colleague, Dr. Jasmine. So she heads Legal and Government Affairs for ASEAN and New Markets. And because of that, she's unable to join us today because she's involved in APEC matters in Bangkok. So thank you for having me. Yang berbahagia Prof. Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur, yang bahagia Prof. Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, yang berusaha Prof. Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah. Thank you so much for having me here today. And it's wonderful to meet everyone here today, doing very important work as talent managers for our future generations. I'm going to talk today about a little bit about data-driven approaches to talent management and share a little bit about the Microsoft experience. So, quick overview. I'm going to start with how important technology is to us and the significance of that in what we do here today and what you hope to. And then also a little bit of some case studies on what people analytics is and some uses of technology in talent management, and then a little bit about what we do at Microsoft. So, first question, why is technology important in everything we do, and in particular in talent management? So this is a little bit about the context of what we're doing. Malaysia is a country with great blueprints, great plans, great strategies, which is important because it's important to have an aspiration and a target. And it's important to know how each of us in what we do, including yourselves here today, how we fit into achieving that aspiration. So in the hierarchy of Malaysian blueprints, we have the shared prosperity vision, we have the 12th Malaysia plan, we have the National 4IR policy, digital economy blueprint, and the Plan Pendigitalan Sektor Awam. And all of these really culminate towards helping Malaysia achieve that vision of having sustainable economic growth and equitable and inclusive economic distribution. And a common theme throughout all of this is the use of technology and the importance of human capital. Another clear line that you can find in the 12th Malaysia Plan especially is the importance of the public sector in bringing about effective and efficient services, which includes growing our talent and leveraging on the benefits of digital technology to do that. So everything that you might think of, every innovation, every use of technology to improve how we do that is really contributing towards a broader national aspiration. So I hope everybody realizes that and appreciates that what they're doing is important. A little bit of background about Microsoft's role in this. So Microsoft has been in Malaysia for over 30 years, and we're very pleased with the Malaysian approach of having a whole of nation approach towards achieving stuff. So for example, in the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint and 4IR policy, it's very clearly stated that the government alone cannot achieve all the aspirations that they have for the nation. Civil society, academia, private sector, public sector, all have to work together to fill in the pieces to bring us as a nation towards what we want to be. So here's a little bit of how Microsoft has played a role in how we hope the nation can achieve its vision. So fairly recently, Microsoft announced that it was building the first data center region in Malaysia. And this is in line with driving the nation's next 5 and 10-year plan ambitions towards being a digitally driven leader in the regional economy. along with that, we actually have made a commitment to skill 1 million Malaysians by 2023 with digital skills, equipping them to thrive and survive and achieve more in the digital future. And we've done this through various means. So for example, we have a lot of partnerships with companies such as Petronas, Celcom, and also agencies such as Mampu. We do capacity building and skilling, for example, with rural entrepreneurs to help them survive in a new era where things are done digitally. So that's basic skills, digital marketing, using an Excel sheet instead of a notebook to do their accounts, to keep track of inventory, to expand their access to more markets. So for example, we've had some rural entrepreneurs who, the minute they were online, suddenly found themselves having customers from Singapore, from Philippines. Something new to them, something they never thought imaginable before with technology. Over and above that, we also have dialogues to talk about what policies might be able to help Malaysia leverage more on digital technologies. And I think the most important one is quite recently in June, we had a My Digital GovTech Innovation Partnership where we hope to support the government in skilling the public services with having the right knowledge on how to leverage on digital technologies. So, okay, before I go into the next section, which is sort of the more meat of the topic, I do want to say that I'm not a data analyst, I'm not a data scientist or an expert, and I have no expertise in human resources, but I do speak to public policy and how that is implemented. So if you are able to take anything or get any ideas from what there is here today, then I think that will truly help in helping Malaysia achieve the objectives of its policies in using digital technology and focusing on talent. Okay, so first question is, what is people analytics? So that's what I'd like to focus on today, people analytics and how that contributes to talent management. So this is a quote from a quite famous head of people analytics at Microsoft, Dawn Klinghoffer. If you search her on LinkedIn or look at her articles, many articles that she writes about how she uses data and analytics to help improve employee experience, retention, and the value that a company can get out of its talent. So in her quote, she focuses on basically how analytics is how you understand what's going on with your talent and propose changes using a data-driven approach, because then your decisions are more informed and you can measure them to ensure success. So it's sort of turning something that people might see as quite subjective or based on intuition or feeling or your experience, making that something that's measurable and that you have hard data to support. So for a more academic definition, there is a professor of management at MIT Sloan who says that people analytics or talent analytics is a data-driven approach to improving people-related decisions for the purpose of advancing the success of not just the organization, but of individual employees. So essentially, it's applying data analytics to talent management. So this is really how you use technology and data to add to your discipline, to help you in your discipline of talent management. There are 4 basic steps that this professor Castilla identifies. If anyone wants to adopt people analytics, there's a lot of academic information out there, but some of it includes Professor Castilla's 4 steps, which is you need to generate the people-related questions and identify the problems to address. Then you know what data to collect. Then you plan the project to gather the data to tackle the questions. Then you report the results, and then you use those results to identify the interventions. It's quite systematic approach and quite intuitive. Okay, so this actually is drawn from quite a seminal article on talent analytics by, hang on, let's see now. It's by another writer in the Harvard Business Review. And see, these are, what he did in this exercise is basically speak to several companies that have been very successful in using data to help them identify how to get the best out of their people in order to get the best for their company. And so he identified 6 areas where talent analytics can be applied. It's just a framework. You can apply technology and data in any element of talent management. But he identified these 6 buckets, and they range from quite simple to quite complex. So I won't go through everything, but perhaps a very simple way to start is basically having human capital facts. And that's identifying the metrics that are indicators of an organization's health. So that can be something quite simple like turnover rate or like employee engagement scores. So just having that key measure already gives you an idea of how well you're doing, how well your people are doing, and therefore how well your organization is likely to be able to do. Then that ranges all the way to things like having the talent value model, and that is a little bit more sophisticated. It identifies things like, what is the employee value proposition that you have? Why do people even want to work for you? It goes beyond, oh, this is the pay level. It's why people see there being value in working with you. It goes towards the purpose, the culture, the way that the employee feels, but delivering the value that he does to your organization. Sorry, yes, this is the article reference down here. It's called Competing on Talent Analytics. So these, another one that's quite interesting is workforce forecasts. That is quite interesting because I think that is an area that it would really help us as a country if we are able to do that for the digital economy. Because there's always in the market, there's always this, and I suspect it would be the same in academia, there's always this sort of underlying complaint that there's a talent mismatch. We're producing all these graduates for this, but these are the demand that we have and there's no way to fill it. Being able to do something like workforce forecasts, where you put together all the information such as from turnover, succession planning, and the outlook of your industry or your segment, for example, where you want your faculty to go or where, where the talent demands will be, that can help you identify early on, for example, the labor needs that you might need, the skill sets that you might need to skill people or to put out there what are the skill sets that are likely to be in demand. So these are all data driven. Next, I think slightly different from the concept of data analytics is the idea of how you use technology in talent management. So these are some case studies from successful Microsoft customers on how technology and data has been used in helping them achieve something interesting, different for their talent management. So I'll start with AKEPT. So AKEPT is a Berlin-based HR tech company, an HR tech company. So it's used by several of Europe's large companies. And what it does is that it allows an organization to design its own talent marketplace. That talent marketplace is essentially a networking platform that enables colleagues to collaborate, establish working arrangements, and exchange ideas. And essentially is a way for the institutional knowledge to be shared, spread, and used efficiently within an organization. So instead of you asking your senior who said, I used to work with some guy in some department, oh, I think I heard of this, let me go check my hard drive. This talent marketplace can address those issues and enable an organization to leverage on all the talent that they have in there. And it's also something that gives employees an enjoyable experience in working with their colleagues. And in using the marketplace, the talent team from the organizations also are able to gain valuable data based on how people interact with the platform. So they get data on skills, on learning interests, and basically that helps them support their planning on how to provide skilling and resources to their talent. Another interesting success story is the ESPN Career Center. So in the ESPN Career Center, they basically developed a career development site using Microsoft solutions that was very much aligned with the ESPN culture. So ESPN, I don't know if you know, it's this American sports channel that's very loud and entertaining, and they have games as well. So I think a lot of the sports games are ESPN branded as well. So going along with that culture, they developed a career development site that was very much aligned with their culture. So in order to understand your career development path, you would interact with the site like it was a game. You click on things, you explore a path, you choose your own path, and you choose your own career development, and you're basically learning while interacting in a way that is very much aligned and in promoting the company's culture. And so this is, again, very different from a traditional approach of perhaps talking to your boss every quarter on what your expectations might be. Lastly, an example we have here is from, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, it's ECH basically. It's an Australia-based company that provides healthcare for aged people, for elderly people. And what it did is, for an agency like that, is the training and skilling requirements for each of its talent, each of its resources, in order to serve a particular customer. For example, a patient with dementia or a patient who's old and has mobility issues, that's highly regulated. So the skill sets they need, the certifications that they need are very specific, and there's legal implications if they send out someone who's not able to support that customer need. So as you can imagine, that's actually a very complex organization to run because it's not consistent. Your customers come and go, needs change, and it's highly regulated. So using technology, they were able to onboard and manage their talent pool and deploy them efficiently and effectively based on the needs, while tracking what certifications and qualifications might be needed to enable that resource to know what they might need to fulfill certain customer requirements. And that also recommend them additional training if they wanted to advance their career to attain additional skill sets, for example. So I mean, to me, this is just scratching the surface on what technology can do for companies, for organizations, in helping them not just manage their talent, but maybe realize more value from that talent pool than they might otherwise have done. So before we leave the topic of analytics and the use of technology in talent management, just a few points based on various sort of academic learnings and articles on using data and technology in talent management. There are a few things to bear in mind. First of all, as you can imagine, the data. The data is very important. It's important to have quality data in order to make sure that you have the right analysis to make the right recommendations and understand the situation correctly. Having said that, it's important also that your data isn't biased. So for example, if you have a hypothesis about what might be causing a problem, you might be tempted to only collect the data that supports that hypothesis and then not collect data that might actually show you that this was not the correct hypothesis. Apart from that, it's also important to not be 100% hung up on having 100% perfect data, because I think that's a trap that many of us have. You want things to be perfect before you roll them out. So analytics and technology can help by giving you an idea. Then you can test it, and then if it's wrong, you can do something else. The idea is to have good data, but not be hung up on it being 100% accurate. It's also important to have an organization-wide approach. So talent management doesn't operate in a silo. It shouldn't operate in a silo. Talent management should support the functional outcomes of an organization. So it's important also to have data from the rest of the organization and understand the rest of the organization's processes. That's how you can tie together the metrics and the data that you see from the talent management together with business performance, because this is critical, because this is how it adds value to talent management. the human resources function, and I'll speak more to it later when I talk about Microsoft, is actually a very, very strategic role. It's the engine that fuels what the company wants to achieve. And so it has to go hand in hand with the company's goals and metrics on how the company is doing exactly. Apart from that, very important, it's important to have the right skill set. So talent managers and human resources professionals aren't necessarily equipped with data skills. But that's okay, because data analytics, data science is a separate discipline altogether, and it's important to have those disciplines somewhere in the organization, somewhere in the team. So that's important. A skilled data analyst also can make the argument compelling based on the data, and that's very important, especially when you're trying to introduce something like data analytics or talent analytics to an organization that might have traditionally done things based on gut feel or recommendations, that kind of an approach. It's important that to be able to communicate what the data is saying. A few other things, important to have leadership. Again, introducing data, technology, or analytics into human resources might be the same as introducing change, and that will be resistance to that. So it's important to have the support of leadership to drive the adoption. It's also important to anticipate the consequences. For example, if you have a suggested intervention based on your data, it's important to think about what the other outcomes of doing that intervention might be. There might be unintended consequences, but again, if that does happen, be agile, and you can always recover by changing the intervention. And I mean, some of the other common mistakes are basically not to get too caught up in the idea of doing it as an analysis, because at the end of the day, it's a tool to help manage people. Okay, so a little bit now on the Microsoft experience. So Microsoft is actually a leader in using technology and analytics for its human resources. We have a quote here from our Chief People Officer, Kathleen Hogan. I think if you go and look at her LinkedIn as well, so many articles and helpful sharings and learnings that she has. Microsoft has a staff size of over 200,000. So you can imagine the data points, and all across the world, right, in various different kinds of markets. So you can imagine the insights and learnings that the people team actually have. So this is a quote from her when she was interviewed by an author, David Green, on a book called Excellence in People Analytics. To him, Microsoft and Kathleen stood out in terms of among the organizations that he was interviewing for his book. And what she said was basically HR leaders have a more strategic role and are more able to use empirical data to inform decisions. So talent managers, HR managers are strategically helping the organization achieve what they want to do. And just like organizations with bottom lines, this data, this empirical data, gives you the fact base to make those decisions. So one of her key takeaways was that, as Dr. Buck said, culture is the most important. At the end of the day, everything that you do, including the analytics and the problems you're trying to solve, has to be rooted in the culture that you are embedding, that you're championing in the company. So once that culture is identified and embedded, then data and analytics can help to see how that can be propagated in the company. So the value of data in that is really to debunk myths and to help people see the truth in helping that culture come alive. Speaking of culture, this is an overview of the Microsoft mission, our strategy, our leadership principles, and our culture. So our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So it's simple, clear to understand, and it helps everybody understand that what they do matters. So in the culture attributes that we have here, I think one thing I wanted to draw everyone's attention to is the growth mindset. So that's, I think, very critical, because it's also something that I think enables us to to see the value of data-driven insights. Because in a fixed mindset, you think, oh, what I'm doing is right, I'm just going to do this. Whereas in a growth mindset, you take input, you're learning, you're always constantly looking to improve, and data is what can help you do that. A little bit of one particular case study that I'd like to share. So this is one of the more recent articles that might have come up. I think if you've been reading about the Great Resignation and how people are languishing, this is one of the articles that came up about Microsoft employees thriving. So Microsoft wanted to go beyond just having employees that were engaged. They wanted to have employees that were thriving. And this in particular in the pandemic, when people were working from home, they weren't seeing each other. The traditional sort of engagement survey, which was this annual survey, I don't know how many of you do an annual survey, many questions, that was very, very clunky. It seemed to say that people were doing okay, but was that true, especially during the pandemic time? So what Microsoft did was it did shorter and more frequent surveys that were simpler to stay closer to the ground to get a more real-time, more accurate input of the employee sentiment. And basically that helped to identify how employees were more engaged. And this helped them identify a metric for measuring engagement, measuring thriving beyond engagement. And I think the five areas which they identified for that was pay, perks, people, pride, and purpose. So these were the 5 sort of dimensions for measuring whether a person was thriving. So using this and using the shorter cycles of surveys, Microsoft began benchmarking thriving. And that helped to identify what made an employee thrive. So it seems quite high level, so I can give a quite good example of how the data was used. So a measure of whether people were thriving was taken, as well as a measure of people's work-life balance. So you would think that they're quite related, right? But there's a significant number of people who were thriving yet had low work-life balance. So further analysis was done, and based on the sentiment data together with other data, for example, de-identified data from calendar, from meetings and invites, we're able to identify a certain band of hours of meetings, a certain band of hours of downtime or quiet time or focus time that was sort of more optimal for people to feel like they had the right work-life balance, yet thrive. So insights like that help you then guide people, for example, having things like employee-wide quiet time, no meeting Fridays, focus hour, 1 hour every day in the morning, for example. These are some of the things that really help a company understand an employee's individual experience. So, I think lastly, I would like to close with, I hope you found that interesting, and data analytics and science is a hot topic today, very much in demand. And it's great to have charts that give you insights and allow you to make fantastic and interesting findings. But at the end of the day, if you don't use it, what is the value of it? So it's very important also that if you are going to embark or consider data analytics or any sort of technology approach to talent management, it's important to utilize it and get the value out of it, rather than have it as an exercise on its own. Okay, so with that, thank you very much. I hope that was helpful, and have a very, very good session.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berusaha Puan Adilah Junid. Saya mohon untuk Puan Adilah kekal berada di atas pentas, meminjam kata-kata daripada penyampaian Puan Adilah sebentar tadi. Sistem ataupun data analitik adalah suatu yang sangat penting. Kita harus hendak tak mahu pun kita kena bergerak sederap, kita kena berlari dan kita kena selari dengan teknologi. Itu yang paling utama. Dan untuk pegawai-pegawai ataupun tuan-tuan puan yang berada di dalam dewan ini, like it or not, memang kita kena bersama-sama bekerjasama dengan bijak pandai dalam bidang teknologi untuk memastikan pengurusan dan pembangunan bakat dapat dilakukan. Mungkin juga ada perlu kita bekerjasama dengan Dr. Bakstan daripada Vitrox untuk sama-sama membuat inovasi di dalam memastikan pengurusan bakat dapat dimajukan lagi ke hadapan. Baiklah hadirin hadirat sekalian, kita masih ada sedikit masa, jadi saya membuka laluan untuk para peserta yang berada di dalam dewan ini untuk mengemukakan soalan, sebab Puan Adila memberi satu topik mengenai analitik data. Memang nampak macam mudah dan memang nak kata mudah kalau orang cakap dengan orang teknologi tu mungkin tak mudah juga. Okay, like it or not, memang kita kena faham, kita kena bergerak. Jadi kalau ada soalan yang boleh dikemukakan kepada Puan Adila, ambillah kesempatan ini untuk bertanya. Saya buka untuk sesi soal jawab. Yes. Please Dr. Aya, perkenalkan diri kepada Puan Adila.
Puan Adila, saya Dr. Rohaya. Because I'm coming from the same background, IT, that's right. One of the things that I try to contextualize on the, the management of talents, in the public university, the feeling good factor. Those are actually leading to the appointment of roles, appointment of, whatever position, strategic position, and so on. I guess it makes sense, the feeling good factor before the VUCA or before the post-COVID, because everything actually just structured as it is, no? So now we're coming to the, the post-pandemic. So we see, of course, VUCA is there, and like the Dr. Asma and Invitrox also, Dr. Bucks give, and you also actually emphasize on that. So when I look at the talent analytics or HR analytics data, I wonder what kind of things that we can align with whatever technology we bring in, from the Microsoft, I guess some points from the Microsoft, some pointers to fit in with our culture, that there will be always the feeling good factor, which means that whatever actually data that we try to produce to make it data-driven environment, there's always this feeling good factor that always override everything. At the end of the day, you feel that it's just useless, in whatever approaches that you try to make it more data-driven, but there's always this feeling good factor. What are your points in that point, Puan Adila? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think essentially you've identified a key issue, which is change management. It's normal when you're dealing with humans, people think they have the right intuition or they have the, it's normal. And that's why data analytics needs to be good as well, right? Because if the data tells you something, but you feel very strongly otherwise, it's a bit of give and take. The data analytics has to tell a good story. The person telling the data has to be able to articulate that story. And of course, people have to be willing to consider to change and to have a growth mindset, to take in inputs. So yeah, thank you for that, and I appreciate this. It's not easy to introduce something like this. Yeah.
Okey, terima kasih Puan Adila di atas pencerahan itu. Saya mohon Puan Adila kekal lagi dan saya menjemput yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Azila Ahmad Sarkawi untuk tampil ke hadapan ke pentas bagi menyampaikan cenderung hati kepada yang berusaha Puan Adila Junid. Majlis mempersilakan. Terima kasih sekali lagi buat Puan Adila dan juga Profesor Madya Dr. Azila Ahmad Sarkawi. Dijemput Prof. Madya Dr. Azila untuk mengiringi Puan Adila Junid untuk turun dari pentas. Saya rasa hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, majlis akan diteruskan lagi seterusnya ya. Apa yang ingin saya sampaikan adalah berdasarkan daripada dua pembentangan yang telah kita lakukan. Ada dua perkara yang perlu kita lihat. Satu adalah budaya atau culture dan juga teknologi, yang mana kedua-duanya adalah perkara yang penting. Tetapi yang paling utama berdasarkan penjelasan daripada Dr. Bucks dan juga Puan Adila, komunikasi adalah suatu intipati benda yang perlu kita lakukan untuk memastikan elemen-elemen kemanusiaan itu wujud. Ya. Jadi dengan itu, sebentar. Okey. Saya ingin adakan sedikit pantun. Hadirin hadirat sekalian, mari kita terus berusaha mendokong hasrat dengan bangga. Dengan gagah kita terus mara menuju ke segmen seterusnya dengan semangat yang wajar sebelum kita pergi ke makan tengah hari. Baiklah, kita amat bertuah pada tengah hari dah. Jadi saya kena mohon maaf dengan Tuan Simon, agak lambat sedikit sesi beliau ya, untuk mendengar pengalaman beliau, yang mana beliau adalah merupakan seorang yang sangat berpengalaman dalam bidang pengurusan bakat, dan beliau kini sedang menerajui sebuah institut profesional yang menyumbang secara terus kepada pembangunan pengurusan bakat di Malaysia. Penyampai kita bagi sesi perkongsian ini adalah yang berusaha Tuan Simon Benjamin. Beliau memang seorang yang dikenali di kalangan pengamal sumber manusia tanah air dan telah menggalas berbagai tanggungjawab dengan beberapa syarikat terkemuka negara, terutamanya berkaitan dengan pembangunan bakat dan perhubungan industri. Pengalaman beliau selama lebih 30 tahun telah membuatkan beliau menempa nama sebagai figura yang disegani di dalam arena pembangunan bakat. Beliau kini adalah Presiden kepada MIHRM atau Malaysian Institute of Human Resource Management sejak 2016. Di bawah pengurusan beliau, MIHRM telah berkembang sebagai sebuah institut profesional yang mempunyai jaringan dan afiliasi global. Antaranya, World Management of People Management Association berpengkalan di USA dan Asia Pacific Federation of Human Resource Management APF-HRM dengan hampir 3,000 ahli dan keahlian lebih 300 syarikat. MIHRM ialah institut profesional utama bagi pengamal sumber manusia di negara ini. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan yang berusaha Tuan Simon Benjamin untuk memberikan perkongsian beliau. Majlis mempersilakan.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. Now I know, and you look at your time, it's already about 12:10, so it's very close to lunch. So before your stomach starts grumbling, we will do this. We'll try to finish this session as soon as possible, all right? Thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm not really up there. You know why? When I stand and talk to academicians, I get a bit of, what do I get? I get, hey, am I there or not? Because I just got my degree just 2 years ago. All right, I just finished an MBA in Human Resources Laws. And can you imagine, I did it online. Last time I was even so scared to touch the computer. My secretary will come and do it, but I did it online. You know who encouraged me? My children. Say, Daddy, you can do it. Daddy, you can do it. We don't have, so this lifelong learning and also taking examples from Dr. Bugs is for everybody. So keep on. The world is changing. Human resource was called human resource personnel management. We changed to human capital. Today it's called HR. I don't know what we're going to call it in 10 years' time. Remember, we started my time, when you want to communicate, you will say, write to me. Correct? Then, after that, it became, call me. Telephone came in. Right after that, WhatsApp me. I don't know what we are going to have next. Now people are talking about holograms, and you can talk to the people concerned. So human things are changing. And the most important aspect that we found after the COVID is people have survived. Human beings are survivors, and we can do many, many things together. All right, so let me just go on. Take the mic. Okay, just welcome everyone. Okay, let me just go on and try to do this as quick as possible. We are the Malaysian Institute of Human Resource. Okay, we have been around from 1976. We are 46 years old. All right, and we have been affiliated and recognized in all over the world. We have been rather quiet because our main objectives was not about profits. It was about people. And we started off partly as an NGO. So we have the world bodies. We conduct all professional certification and programs. We provide consultancy. And to date, we have certified 30,000 HR people. And we have one of your university, UITM, my vice president is there, Jerafizi. They are conducting their managers program for their lecturers, their staffs. Why? They feel as managers and leaders, you must have the human factor. Not push everything to HR, but each manager must handle the capital, the human capital. All right? What's our vision? Very simple. To be the national governing body for HR professionals. You find in certain countries, HR must be certified. We are working towards that. We have small companies where the husband is the CEO, the wife is the HR director, but she just goes along and HR is not really looked at. So we're trying to get it certified. We are applying to the government to be a certifying body, that you must have certain standards before you come into HR. Our mission is to lead and develop programs to serve the professional bodies, to also support the national aspiration of HR in this country. Okay, this is my team. We've got a number of people in the team. That's me, and I've got professional HR directors who are in. Now, let me tell you guys, today, one of the fastest and one of the jobs they are looking for is HR. So whoever is doing HR, you're on the right track. Because HR directors can easily earn about 40 to 50,000 a month, all right, with a car and all that, all right? So they realize the importance of people. No, I'm not telling you all to resign and leave your jobs and move into HR. Come and understand an element of HR in your job. Now, I heard this phrase from Yang Bahagia, Tan Sri Tony Fernandez, and he told me this: you take care of the people will take care of the company. You don't have to worry. All right? So that's very, very important, yeah? So these are my council members. They come from various organizations. Most of them are directors. Razvan is my deputy, he's from FGV and all that. So they come on a voluntary basis to help MIHRM grow. All right? So I'm there full time. So make sure that we have a vision, we are clear and where we are heading. I also have Tuan Rafizi is with me. He's my vice president from UITM. All right? So he represents, and we are now working with UITM on programs, people from the industry to come and tell us how do we go about handling all this, all right? As I said earlier, we are with the affiliation with the world bodies. We're also with APHRM, that's Asia Pacific, HRD Corp, JPK, Jabatan Sumber Manusia. And we were recently invited by the BIM, Balai Iktisas Malaysia, and that's a professional body that realized the importance of HR in also getting ethics and so on. So we got into that. They were invited there. These are the world bodies or the HR institutions that we deal in. First is the USA, SHRM, CIPD, Australia, Hong Kong, Malaysia, MIHRM, Sri Lanka. So we get in touch with these bodies. Why? A lot of new changes are happening after the COVID, all right? Work from home, how do we go about doing it? What is the trust that the employer has? Employer asked me one question: can we put a camera and watch the employee working from home? And how are you going to manage when he goes to the toilet or lunch and all that? So again, I think the trust factor has to be built. Trust, very important. We need to trust our employees. Okay, these are our services in MIHRM. We have certification where we certify people in programs. We have small skill programs, short skill programs. We have award recognitions, which I'll be talking about shortly. Conference, University collaboration like what we have at UITM and other universities. We do consultation and we do membership. All right, we have a membership about 4,000 companies and industries with us. About 200 industries are with us. All right. Our membership is one of the most reasonable in the country. You only pay 100 ringgit a year. We have not changed it from 1976. As I said, we are not about money. We want to grow membership. We want to create awareness of HR in the country. People are important. So we need to get that done. Yeah. So this is our membership. Most companies have joined us. Why? Because we pool them together to get best practices. Okay. This is what we do. We do all sort of consultancy from talent management, right, to HR recruitment and so on and so forth. Why? More things are happening. Just now, as we were talking about analytics, that's another thing that's hitting us. Digitalization is hitting us. Now, but the common question people ask, are we going to lose our jobs because we are getting digitalized? This is a common question. And especially baby boomers like me. Am I going to lose my job? No, not about that. It's up to us to have a change mindset, to upskill, reskill, and become better. Okay, so these are some of the companies that we do work for. We do consultancy, even talking about retrenchment and all that. Always when we talk about retrenchment, we tell the employers, give it a soft landing. Let it be a win-win situation from both sides, that the employee is happy to leave. Yeah. Okay, this is our career pathway that we built for our students, right from an officer to managers to advanced, that is the GM, and finally directors. And let me tell you, HR jobs are paid very well. But people shy away from it. You know why? They don't want to deal with human beings. What do you all think HR stands for? Anybody? What does HR stands for? Human resource? No, I don't call it human resource. I call it high-risk job. Why? You do so, you kena. You don't do so, kena. Correct or no? HR practitioners will know this. Either way, you're right in the middle facing these problems. All right? So, HR is not an easy job, but it's a very rewarding job at the end. All right? I speak from experience. Okay? So, this is our level of competency, right from executives to senior managers. You understand, you apply, you implement, and you become a visionary at the end. So, you direct. Okay? Now, some of the people, they want to specialize. And then we also have come up with these courses, where they specialize in industrial relation, training, compensation, talent development, and all these jobs pay well. All right? And you must have a passion. If you feel that your passion is people, go and get involved in HR. All right? So very importantly, where you are, what you want to do, and you may have a career in something else, but a lot of people have come into HR. Today we have accountants coming into HR. We have people from IT coming into HR. Why? They realize how important HR is, and people are the ones who can lead the organization. So these are some of our people that we have trained in where we are. In our courses, we have trained. All right? Even right from Sime Darby to Petronas, people who we regularly train to understand how do we go about getting things done. Not everything you throw to HR. Person doesn't come to work, what do? I come from an organization where the last organization where the CEO tells us when somebody doesn't come to work, doesn't mean you give warning letters and this. Please go and find out why the person has not come to work. But he's very humane. And he taught me many, many things about reaching out to people. All right? So, it's not about punishing. It's not about not trusting. It's encouraging. It's motivating. When you motivate people, they can touch the skies. When you say people are wrong, wrong, wrong all the time, they become very dejected. They think they are no good. I tell you, when you motivate somebody, you will see extraordinary things coming out from them. All right? So, so these are organizations that we have trained. Now, what we have also done, during the COVID, we found some of our students could not pay their fees. We also found a lot of retrenchment. So I went to the government and told them, look, there's a need to train people in HR, right? There's a need. So the government allocated some funds, and we are now having a fully sponsored course, free of charge, for people who are B40, salary below 4,000, 45 years, 1 year experience. We are now conducting courses all over the country. We have gone to Kota Baru, Kota Kinabalu, Sarawak, and we have 4 classes here. So if you know any B40s out of a job and they want to do a career in HR, please let us know. But it's only for B40. Dr. Bucks, I don't think we can take people from your organization, but because you're already doing so much of training, but this is to help those who are in need. Okay, we're also conducting this HR high-tech. Now, everybody's talking about innovation. Everybody's talking about change, digitalization. HR is not spared. All right? HR is not spared because we need to digitalize. Now, I have a son who studied in Germany, and we went there. I was there for about a month with him. Oh my goodness, you see the technology there, fantastic. So he took me from the airport in Munich, and then we went on to his home. Suddenly I heard a lady's voice inside the home. I told him, Isaac, you didn't tell me you got a girlfriend? He said, Daddy, come in. So I went in, there was a talking house. Oh my goodness. They call it smart house. And then the voice was saying, Isaac, at 4:22, your tram is ready, your coffee is served, and this person who walked with you could either be your father because your genes are about the same. I said, what is this? I told Isaac, please stop it. Why? It reminds me of my mother. Simon, take your towel, go and bathe. I can't live a life like that, so he stopped it. But so much of innovation that he doesn't even go to the grocery shop to buy things. His fridge will send an email to the grocery shop and they will bring the eggs and all that. So amazing, and technology is moving very fast. But for your information, for those who do not aware, education in Germany is free. It's absolutely free. You don't pay 1 cent. Anybody, you get your A levels, you can go there. And guess who are the top students there? Malaysia. Then I was thinking, here we pamper our children. And, daddy, mommy, but when you throw them in the wild, they survive. And he's got a group of friends who study from 8 o'clock at night till 2 o'clock in the morning. Then they go for their classes in the afternoon. So who said Malaysians can't do it? Malaysia boleh. We are doing very well there. And Bahasa Malaysia and German somehow about the same lah. Malaysians pick it up very fast. All right? So think something for your future, for your children. So we are doing this. This is the first HR high-tech we are going to do, because we know HR needs technology, because it's all about people. So we're going to have this in 15 to 16 February next year. We'd invite all the universities to come, join us, and we can get things moving, learn from some of our experts. We have also invited Microsoft to come, and we've invited all the big companies. See how you can relate technology to the people. It's all about people that you serve. Okay? Let's move. Okay, I'm going to talk about this later, Malaysian International HR Awards, which we want all of you all to participate. And I'll talk a little about this earlier. Now, we have our awards. We have 3 types of awards: organization category, individual category, international category. We've been doing this for 20 years. And we have got many companies coming to show the best practices, what they have, they showcase, they share, that everybody learns. Now, HR is not only for HR, even IT heads, even finance heads need to know HR. We need to lead. Like one very good example Dr. Bucks brought was leadership. Now, there was a phrase that caught me last year. There's a phrase very well said that he said, serve with the heart of a king. Rule with the heart of a servant. Wow. That's amazing. It just blew me. It's all about servant leadership. One of the most things in HR is humility. You mentioned about love. We should love our employees. But a lot of them, we have a lot of mistrust. Is he doing his work? Ponting ke? We do that. But I think we need to put things in order and tell them, hey guys, we love you. Please do your job. If you can't, somebody else is going to take your jobs away. All right? So HR plays an important role. So we have organization categories. We have our HR award organization. We have employer of choice, private sector, employer of choice, public sector, SME, HR practices. We've got HR Leaders Award, even HR Best Student Project Award, international categories also. If you have companies or university overseas, you can get along with the employer of choice overseas as well. So these are the categories that we have. And we would love for you all to participate. Show us your best practices, okay? We'll also invite Bitrox to also join us next year. All right? They have done something so amazing. We want to see, yeah? Sorry. Okay. We have 4 awards. We have the bronze, the silver award, the gold award. The best among the gold becomes the grand award. So who says you can't do it? AKEPT joined us 2 years ago. Fantastic, their HR. But they just lost by a couple of points to get gold. They got silver. So we are telling them, come back next year and get your gold medal. They did very, very well organized their talent management framework. Okay, so I think let's give a hand to AKEPT, right? They did a good job for you guys, yeah. All right, so this is what we have. Now, what are the benefits of this award? To promote recognition of HR as an integral business partner and successful application of HR strategies and achievements of organization goals. So we do areas from leadership to employee skill to training to recruitment to performance, and then we assess some of the best practices and we share it. Now, once you win a medal or once you get a award, we also write to our international partners and tell them these are some of the practices that you have. And they get in touch with you all. They'll get in touch with the universities to find out, hey, can we also come and find out how you do? Can we do some of your courses that you are having, your leadership courses? We have, after the award, we have people right from the US, even from Bangladesh, and even Philippines, even from China, coming to the universities. And one university that took part, they are attracting these people to come, the overseas graduates. All right? So what are the benefits of this award? You get honored. You're honored for this award when you win. You share and showcase HR professionals to share and showcase. You get recognition. Lastly, you get an insight of this award. What is it all about? Now, our awards are not just There are organizations, you pay a certain sum of money, they give you an award. We don't charge you 1 cent. All right? But when you win an award, you just buy a dinner table. That's all. So MIHRM is not about your money. It's about keeping value and driving and providing and instilling HR good practices among private and public sectors. Okay? So this is the organization category. We spoke about it just now. We have private sector, public sector, SMEs, and HR best practices. This award recognizes sustained and continuous commitment. Okay, talents. Okay, public sector. We also have employer of choice, public sector. This is just for public sector. These are our criteria, very simple criteria, but we will definitely grill. We will go down and find out what your HR is doing and how is HR interventions impacting the bottom line of the company. To us, that's very important. How is it impacting? Or are we just doing it to make feel good? There must be a measurement. There must be a return of investment. Okay? These are for SMEs, not the universities. We also have an award for SMEs. They make up about 85 to 90% of the businesses in Malaysia. We are not leaving them out. So we invite SMEs to share their best practices. And they will see what the other practices are, and then they will develop. Okay. Also, we have an award for HR best practice. There are companies who come to show some of their best practice. Don't be worried about big companies coming in. We were very surprised. We saw one company from Kedah and Malacca. They are a small company, but some of their HR practices are amazing. So it's time for you guys to start showing what you guys have in these HR awards. All right? My Vice President Rafizi is there. If you have any questions and all that, he will actually help you guys. And come and show who you guys are. We've not heard much from the universities, but you guys are doing a lot of things. A lot. Boast about it. Show us. Show even the private sectors you guys can do better. And I don't underestimate, because when we saw AKEPT, we asked, where have you all been for so long? Your practices are damn good. You know? So this individual category, this is for HR leaders, people who are prominent, who are showing. We have young talents, we have HR specialists, HR Best Student Project Awards. Please call us if you need clarification. Then this is HR Leader Award, who's normally an HR director in the organization. This is manager, young talent who has got 5 years of experience. We want to encourage the young talents to come up. All right? And we had this session where an engineer wanted to do HR because he just said, boss, it's all about people. Whatever we do, it's about people. So he's just come in. He's also applied for the HR Young Talent Award, all right, recommended by his boss. And the criteria are fantastic. Okay, HR Specialist Award, where do you specialize? Recruitment or rewards, like what Dr. Bucks was saying just now. You develop, culture, yes, you develop, and you must reward. So these are the areas that managers should know, not leaving it to HR. This Best Student Award, we just introduced this because we found some students are doing MBAs. It's very relevant. So send your whatever your project that you have, we analyze it and we reward you. All right, and we recognize you. Okay, these are international awards. If you have universities internationally, you can take part in these awards, or companies that they have international. Now, there were companies that joined, international companies, but they did not get the gold award. And they were asked why. We told them, look, you are doing practices in the US. Don't just copy-paste US and give it to us. We want to know how you actually work, systemize it here in Malaysia. So one big bang or they were so unhappy they didn't get the award, they didn't come. So we said, sorry, this is how we work. You cannot just copy from US and just tell it you are doing this. You need to show us how it works in Malaysia. All right? As what we are saying, we want to develop our local talents. We want to develop our local talents, yeah? Okay, this is Best Employer, Asia. This is global. We will send this video or this presentation to you all as well, if you want a better understanding. Okay, Asia, global, all right. APHRM, the guidelines are there. Now we also have special awards. The CEO takes pride in going and getting involved in HR. One company that came and they won the CEO award was Munchies. And I didn't know Munchies was a Batu Pahat company. But they're all over the world. My God, I went to Germany, I thinking Munchies belongs to the Europeans when I bought it. It's Batu Pahat. And the CEO knows everybody by name. Everybody he knows by name. Amazing. All right? So, to him, he said, it's not me, it's not the machines, it's the people. So he got the CEO award. And then we also have HR Leaders Award, those who are very involved in CSR. We see the leader who's involved in CSR. We also have an award for him. And then we have Best Employer Award for CSR. Apart from, we have the organizational or best employer award. We also looked particularly at this Best Employer Award. And this year we are looking at one which has contributed significantly during the COVID. They went all of their way, they risked their lives to help people who don't have food, especially the urban poor. That is becoming an issue in the country now. People are missing out their lunch because they don't have money. A young graduate with 3,000, 2,500 to 3,000, how is he going to manage paying rent? So this is an issue that has come to employers. What do we do to help? All right? If every company is like Dr. Buck's company, they provide food and all that, fine. But not all employers can do. So MIHRM is also taking a step forward. We're going to see companies which are ailing or being closed down. We are trying to talk to the government to help these companies survive. Because they survive, jobs are still there for the people, yeah? Okay, this is just a little bit of extract about Gold Award about CEOs. Okay, how do we rate? How do we rate? We have a panel of 10 members, stage 1. We will rate you. Okay, it's stringent. We are doing it online for the last 2 years. Normally we have a seminar and then the public also rates you. How do you have? It's like American Got Talent lah. The public will vote, the judges will vote, you will also vote for your company. And then we see what are the best practices. Okay, our awards are not, you're feeling good about it. Huh? It's not about that. HR practices that impacts the bottom line. HR practices that engages people. All right? And HR practices that develops people. So that's what we do, and that's what we look at this award. Stage 2, we have practitioners from the universities, we have CEOs, we have council members, and stringently they will look and they will get you in. But it's fun. Win or don't win, doesn't matter. Just come in and try, and then get ready for the next year. Like one company, big company, they took 3 years to win the Gold Award. They came 3 years to win the Gold Award, but they finally made it. Yeah. Okay. Our presentation is on December. We're having our presentation. We're just going to do stage 2 for 2022, and we have already completed. We are having 22nd, 23rd November. If you all want to join in, also come in for the X practice. We don't charge you much. It's only 499 ringgit, and you can claim it back from HRD. Yeah? All right, I'm done. All right, thank you.
Terima kasih Yang Berusaha Tuan Simon Benjamin. Saya mohon untuk Tuan Simon kekal berada di atas pentas. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, melihat kepada peluang anugerah yang dinyatakan oleh Tuan Simon, mungkin sesi pembentangan dan pitching untuk esok boleh digunakan sebagai langkah awal untuk bertanding dalam pertandingan yang melibatkan MIHRM. Jadi fikir-fikirkanlah untuk persediaan bagi sesi pitching besok, ya.
I'm one of the judges also.
Yes, dan Tuan Simon adalah juri yang akan menilai ya persembahan pitching saudara dan saudari sekalian. Hadirin dan hadirat tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, majlis dengan berbesar hati menjemput Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah untuk naik ke pentas dan menyampaikan cenderahati kepada Yang Berusaha Tuan Simon Benjamin tanda terima kasih daripada pihak penganjur AKEPT bersama UMS. Jika ada soalan yang akan dikemukakan, yang ingin dikemukakan kepada Tuan Simon, boleh dikemukakan semasa makan tengah hari. Okay, itu cara yang lebih baik saya rasa. Okay, terima kasih sekali lagi buat Tuan Simon Benjamin dan Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah dan dijemput Profesor Madya untuk mengiringi Tuan Simon turun dari pentas. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, hadirin dan hadirat, kepada semua penceramah yang telah sudi hadir berkongsi pengalaman pada pagi ini, kita berikan satu tepukan yang gemuruh untuk semua. Okay. Bunga selasih di rumah mak-mak, dimakan kedidi tepi jerami. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada penceramah kerana sudi bersama-sama kami. Alhamdulillah selesai sudah sesi sebelah pagi dan tengah hari dah pun untuk Colloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora. Tetapi janganlah kecewa. Sebab petang ini pada pukul 2 suku petang, 2 suku selepas makan tengah hari kita akan berlangsung pula dua sesi, iaitu sesi perkongsian dan sesi forum yang bakal membuka mata dan minda tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Jadi dipohon agar semua dapat tiba lebih awal bagi melancarkan acara seterusnya di Colloquium AKEPT 2022 at Meliora. Saya dengan ini menangguhkan majlis AKEPT 2022 untuk memberikan laluan kepada makan tengah hari dan juga persiapan diri tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Jangan lupa kita berjumpa semula di sini, Dewan Utama Eastin Hotel Petaling Jaya pada pukul 2.15 petang nanti. Tubuh segar pohon cemara berapit dengan pohon berangan. Mari kita menjamu selera dengan pelbagai juadah hidangan. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan terima kasih buat semua. Jumpa lagi pada jam 2 suku petang. kasih.